2, 1, live.
Thank you. Recognizing a quorum of commissioners, I call the July 11th, 2024 meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order. This meeting is being held remotely at hybrid pursuant to Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2022 and is being recorded. Commissioners Camargo, Roy, Stebbins, and myself are participating in today's meeting. All votes taken today will be done by roll call. We have a full agenda today that I will generally summarize at this time. We'll begin with opening comments from commissioners. Although listed on the agenda, there are no minutes before us for approval today. Following commissioners' comments, the acting executive director will present the acting executive director and commission staff report. Before we proceed to staff license recommendations, there is one change of ownership recommendation, 23 license renewal recommendations, 2 provisional license recommendations, and 9 final license recommendations. There are 8 items in the commission discussion and vote section today. The first being the executive director search subcommittee membership update, a lottery sales at licensed marijuana retailers update, the Massachusetts Disability Employment Tax Credit discussion, the conversation around the delivery exclusivity period review, delivery and ban municipalities, and regulatory updates, which will include a draft on the delivery licenses, micro businesses, and telehealth, the governance charter introduction, and federal public comment on rescheduling. I will ask that commissioners wishing to comment or ask questions during any part of today's meeting, please raise your hand to be recognized. And with those initial comments, I will turn things over to commissioners for any comments and updates. Commissioners, we will go in reverse alphabetical order today, and I will give my comments last, but we'll begin with Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Chair. I'll pull up my comments just a second. There we go. Good morning. Like I usually do, I want to extend my sincere thanks to our entire team for the great work on the many items that we have on our agenda today. Truly mindful and grateful for all of our team's work, our investigators who are out there every day, our research team, licensing for continuing to work through the changes with Chapter 180, our communications team, government affairs, our legal team managing a lot of projects right now, our constituent services, and I call them our medical cannabis team, I&E, who also I know leaned in a lot to the reg updates and draft regs that we're seeing today, as well as being on hand and monitoring the first island delivery, both at the departing point and the arrival point, just to see how those new procedures would work. So operations team, always great job day in and day out. So just to say your work continues to be greatly appreciated. I want to express my thanks to Josh Davis of Jad's Mile High Smoke and Chris Chiari. I hope I got his, I always bungle with Chris's last name, of Hotel 420 for hosting me for a visit to Josh's Social Consumption Lounge outside Denver. It was great to see their facility, great conversation, great to hear about their operations and the regulatory environment in Colorado. A couple of licensees who I did not have time to meet with are hopefully connecting by phone this week and likely next week. Commissioner Camargo and I continue to work with members of our legal and enforcement team on regulations, and we continue to push toward a draft framework we hope to be presented soon. One other quick update, our survey to licensees and stakeholders with respect to the accounts receivable issue. I know the deadline for comments is today. If you're a licensee, please check Metric to see if you have a message. As a reminder, the public comment period opened on June 21st. Some quick stats, the webpage had over 320 views, 33 or about 10% clicked on the survey link. The email was sent out to 1,697 recipients, of which 824, about 48% opened it, and about 61 or 3% of the total clicked on the survey link. I think all of you received our first batch of comments from Jessica. She sent around an email. The first batch had about 23 comments. 22 were considered to have a comment related to the topic. So thanks to our digital team and DGAP for their work on this effort. I expect more to come and discuss on this topic, once the deadline today has passed and we have a chance to go through the survey results and all the comments that came in. So I think that's all I have for my opening comments at this point.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Acting Chair. Good morning, everyone. Since our last public meeting, I had the opportunity, along with our Director of Constituent Services, Kathy Oliver Jones, to speak at the Concord Council on Aging in front of a great group of older Americans. Kathy and I spoke about the structure of the commission. We also shared information on both the adult use and medical use markets, cannabis laws and regulations, and how to become a certified medical patient in Massachusetts. As we travel around the state, Kathy and I are really enjoying giving these presentations to this demographic. We're quickly finding out that older Americans are extremely curious, and we always get so many great and interesting questions. I also want to take this time to thank Ryan Dominguez and the MCC for inviting me to be their featured speaker on June 27th for their networking event in Springfield. With over 70 folks in the audience comprised of licensees and ancillary businesses, it was very well attended. The event was a great opportunity for me to share updates on the HCA review process, administrative extensions, our executive director search, investigation and enforcement bulletins, island transportation, delivery and micro business policy updates, and my recent hemp testimony in front of both the agriculture and cannabis committees. Again, lots of great questions, and I always enjoy the opportunity to speak directly with our stakeholders and licensees. I also want to thank and recognize Nadine Sanchera from our communications team, who prepares me so well and always does such an incredible job working on all of my PowerPoint slide presentations, especially since we tailor them individually for each audience and each speaking engagement. Finally, it's no secret, since our last meeting, the commission has been in the news quite a bit and the subject of much conversation. In light of all that has transpired, I want to take this time to express my sincere gratitude to our employees at the Commission, who are incredibly talented, dedicated, and motivated to help ensure a safe, efficient, and equitable cannabis industry that continues to grow and evolve in Massachusetts. In that same vein, I also want to express that as public servants, it is always our ongoing obligation to maintain the highest levels of transparency to ensure public trust and confidence in our ability to lead, regulate, and oversee this important and emerging industry. And although oversight reviews are not always a comfortable experience for anyone who is a subject of them, they can sometimes bring about an even greater degree of public transparency, positive change, and in the long run, make a better agency. Thank you very much for my time today.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo?
Thank you. Good morning, Chair. I didn't even say hi this morning. So definitely want to start with thanking everyone from our team who went to the employee appreciation last month. That was a really good event. It was nice to see folks in person, be able to give folks some hugs, just sort of have a little trivia. I was very impressed with the folks that I was sitting with. Folks come here from different states to work at the Cannabis Commission, different industries. So it was just very interesting to just meet some new folks on our investigation team. So I want to, Debbie, thank you for putting that together, and Mark and Rocco, who were the Roque, who were the MCs. I think they're at the wrong jobs right now, but I think you guys have a future in in comedy or something like that. So Roque and Mark, thank you so much for putting that on. Debbie, thank you for making sure that your team put that on as well. I also want to say, and Kate Flanagan, you're behind the scenes. I didn't get the opportunity to thank you at the employee appreciation, but Kate Flanagan has been working with us for, I think, over 2 years now, and has been supporting 4 commissioners right now, the executive director. She's behind the scenes. She's, I think, always worried about the details. So Kate, I just want to say thank you for your work. Thank you for everything you do for us commissioners, making sure that we have our time, but also that we're taking our self-care time. making sure that we use our sick days and our holidays to take care of ourselves and our families. So Kate, thank you so much. But also I want to thank all the staff on our team. You'll hear today from our Chief of Staff and Acting General Counsel Andrew Carter about some new regs that will be released today. And I had the privilege to just sit through the delivery reg conversation with our legal team and our compliance team. And, you know, I hear everything that's going on, and then I just zone out because the reality of it is that that work is happening and that the folks that are here are focused on the work. And sometimes the public doesn't understand the detail and and how we sort of think through these regs. What's the impact? What's going to happen? What does this mean 5 years later? So I just want to say, you know, in sort of pre-conversation that we're going to have later, I just want to say thank you because it was, for me, today's a historical day. You know, we released regs maybe, I think 10, 11 months ago. I don't know, someone can check me on that. And then we're releasing regs again today. So that's a big deal. And I know everyone's worked on it. All the commissioners have worked on regs. We should be really proud of these regs being released today. The other thing I wanted to say was I always say this, I love this job. I love what we do. I love to collaborate and sort of move things forward, stay focused. Commissioner Stebbins, you talked a little bit about social consumption. I don't remember whether you said this or not, but you and I met with Senator Paul Mark to discuss outdoor cultivation and also just give him updates on social consumption since he's the head of travel and tourism. I know folks are waiting for social consumption. Having had experience in building programs and policy, you know, I keep saying that we want to do something right and not have to rush through it. However, it is soon, the public will be able to hear and see more of social consumption. The last thing I'll say is for any football fans of football, La Copa America, Colombia won yesterday. So I'm representing my heritage and really excited about that. So hopefully all the football fans out there are excited about La Copa and the final. So always have fun, be respectful, and thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kamara.
Yeah.
Thank you for all of those comments. I want to use my initial comments to read a joint statement from myself and our Acting Executive Director, Debbie Hilton Creek. And it's to all staff here at the Commission. As many of you know, the agency has been receiving a high amount of attention lately, including a number of suggested steps regarding the agency's future. This can create a sense of uncertainty among us all. You can rest assured that all members of our leadership team here at the Commission are committed to ensuring the well-being of all staff. Together, we will continue to meet challenges that come before us. We should take pride in all we have accomplished over these many months, and we cannot emphasize that enough. Last September, the agency faced a tight deadline for drafting regulations focused on equity in the regulated cannabis industry. It was impressive to see how everyone here pulled together, buckled down, and worked tirelessly to get them completed. We not only drafted the regulations, we finished them ahead of schedule. The staff should be congratulated for such an extraordinary accomplishment. In the months that followed, so many of you stepped up to serve on the project team and delivered on several major components of Chapter 180 statutory regulations and requirements. The staff drafted a model host community agreement, model municipal bylaws or ordinance, and other guidance documents. These tools take the entire Commonwealth further towards our shared mission of a safe and equitable cannabis industry. Your work brings us closer to realizing our vision for equity. We remain steadfast in our dedication to the many stakeholders and individuals who depend on us to get the job done right. We as an agency are here to make sure that licensees operate safely, not only for the public, but also to create a safe working environment for their employees. We saw this last month when the Commission protected the health and safety of the public and workers throughout the investigation and enforcement of its regulations on unsanitary conditions and other workplace safety matters. We thank the investigations and enforcement team for their efforts and commitment to protecting the public welfare. We're also committed to public education, demonstrated through investigations and enforcement issuing a bulletin on safe and sanitary requirements for the processing of marijuana. The staff is recognized as subject matter experts in cannabis. That same month, the IT, government affairs, and communications team worked with commissioners to hold a public hearing on Martha's Vineyard to hear directly from those impacted by supply chain issues facing Dukes and Nantucket counties. The following week, with the help of our legal team, the commission approved a measure that allows for the legal transportation of cannabis to Dukes and Nantucket counties. The commission worked alongside the regulated industry to effectively counter an anticipated illicit market surge during the tourist season. We can all be proud that patients and consumers on Dukes and Nantucket counties will have access to safe and regulated product. This work is a testament to our collective dedication and brilliantly executed hard work. The work is far from finished. This week's public meeting exemplifies our efforts. Delivery licenses, microbusiness, and telehealth draft regulations are being introduced today. There will be a motion to release a governance charter. In addition, we will get an update on the executive director search subcommittee's progress towards finding our next executive director. We are looking forward. We recognize and salute you. You are the cornerstone of this agency's success. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you. Thank you to the members of the staff that are here in the room with us. Thank you to the staff that are listening. And thank you to the staff that will receive this message momentarily. Thank you for all of your work, because we would not be where we are had it not been for the years of hard work and dedication. And Debbie, thank you for everything you do. Okay, and with those initial comments, the next item is minutes for approval. There are no minutes for approval. That brings us to the acting executive director and commission staff report. I'll now turn things over to our acting executive director and chief people officer, Debbie Hilton-Craig.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to, I think I only have one staff report today, and that's actually probably mine. So let me just get to my slide. Okay, so I am starting with promotions for the Human Resources Department, and just wanted to, bring attention to this slide. Look at the star power on one slide. I mean, this is amazing. We have a lot of incredible people working here, and I can't say enough the work that they do, and I echo everything the commissioners have said. They're doing great work. So I'm going to start with Michael Baker. Michael Baker is the acting deputy general counsel. He got promoted to that role. Andrew Carter, Attorney Carter. The versatile Attorney Carter is what I call him. He has been the pillar of the fill-in, so to speak. He has been with the agency for quite some time, has been the acting general counsel before. So it's fantastic that we have somebody at the helm now while we search for a new general counsel. Stephen Carasello, he just got promoted to manager in the equity program and community outreach. So that's, most people know that as ECHO. Hayden Dupuy, licensing specialist, just got promoted in the investigation and enforcement division. Armand Enos, and another attorney. I mean, what can I say? We hire like top talent here. Enforcement counsel, Timothy Gooden, and we introduced Timothy. I'm sorry, let me back up to attorney Enos. He's the director of training for the investigation and enforcement team. Timothy Gooden, we introduced him last public meeting because he was presenting. He was promoted to enforcement counsel, and I think Tim is here today. Tim. And here, are you ready for this? Drum roll for this one. Noam Komalo. She was promoted to, or has been promoted to Chief Investigation and Enforcement Officer. So congratulations to Noam. Then we go on to Jacob Nielsen. Jacob Nielsen was promoted to First Assistant Enforcement Counsel. So please give it up. We are so excited about these promotions and I look forward to working with every single one of these individuals, to continue to work with them. I have so much to learn from them. And when I stepped into the AED role, I said, am I terrified? Am I scared? Of course I am. Am I worried? No, because of this star power. So congratulations to all of our staff who have been promoted, more promotions to come as people exceed and excel. So I am so excited part of my presentation. So thank you to the staff. Thank you for all you do. You make us look good every day, and we will continue to support you as a leadership here at the commission. Thank you.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Debbie, and thanks for the update. It's great to see you and I have talked about this. I know you've talked about this with other commissioners in terms of building the CCC is a good place to come and start, as well as have opportunities to move up, and that's reflected there. I do want to take a moment, and only because we have Dave O'Brien from the Cannabis Business Association in the room, because we've talked about one of those positions, which you see up there, which is a new one, which is Director of Training. And Armand, who is an incredible talent, who's been in the I&E side of the house, is stepping up to take that role. And that's an internal role, as I understand it, new role to make sure that all of our investigators are all trained. We've talked about this at some of the forums and roundtables that Dave's group has hosted for myself and other commissioners. So it's making sure that our team is all on the same page, all doing the same work. And I'm so happy to see Armand got promoted into that post. So sorry.
Madam Chair, may
Yes, please.
And I just wanted to say that, internally, we do value our staff, and we're always trying to find ways to upskill our staff, to provide them with growth and development opportunities so they can better serve our licensees. And I would also, ask that licensees recognize that we have top talent here, and this is a partnership. And when our staff goes out to properties, to licensees' properties, they're there to represent the Cannabis Control Commission, and they're also representing them in some way. And so we have a lot of respect for our licensees. And I know that our licensees have a lot of respect for our staff. And so we're looking forward to continuing that partnership, because what we do here is paramount to the success of all of our licensees and all of our constituents. So thank you to our licensees, and thank you to our staff. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Debbie. I'll ask, is there a member of staff joining for this report?
I have one more.
Nope,
one more
keep
slide.
going.
So we had 3 new people join us this last quarter, and I am excited to introduce Dr. Chatterjee. Dr. Chatterjee is our new DEI director, or Director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, and she comes with a lot of social justice experience. So I just want to read a little bit, because we talk about star power, we talk about talent. This is another talented individual that chose to join this team because of the mission, because of our mission, because of the work that we do, and because of the people that we work with. So Dr. Chatterjee is a scholar practitioner in the field of human rights, inclusive governance, and social justice. She has experience leading DEI work in several industries, including higher ed, executive search, municipal government, and nonprofits. She comes to the commission from Mamame, a global environmental conservation nonprofit, where she served as the DEI J, and J is for the Justice Director. Prior to that role, she served as the inaugural DEI Director for the town of Reading, where she established the Office of Equity and Social Justice. Dr. Chatterjee has a background in academic research and teaching, She received her PhD in International Relations from UMass Boston, where she specialized in gender, racial justice, systemic disparities in governance, and social movements. She has taught in several Boston area higher education institutions, such as Babson College, Lesley University. Dr. Chatterjee continues to publish research in racial justice and gender inequity in academic peer-reviewed journals and books. Thank you, Dr. Chatterjee, for joining us. We are so happy to have you on board. You are needed, and we are going to use you as much as we can. So thank you for choosing the Cannabis Control Commission, and welcome. Welcome to our team.
Welcome.
Our other two new employees who joined us are, I should say, Amanda Dupuy, enforcement paralegal with the investigation and enforcement team, and Ben Marshall, investigator for investigation and enforcement team. So I just want to say a little bit about Ben. I met Ben at our I think it was the staff retreat or staff development and appreciation day. And I believe that was his first day. And his energy, the excitement that he brought being here for the first day, I don't think I've ever seen anything like that in my career. And I had to comment on that because he was so excited to join us. And so many people were so excited to meet Ben and to meet each other, because as Commissioner Camargo said, we had not met everyone, because we're somewhat hybrid. So we meet people occasionally, but having everybody in the same place at the same time was remarkable. And I echo what Commissioner Camargo said about the last appreciation day that we had for the Chapter 180 staff and all employees who chose to attend. It was a wonderful event. So welcome, Dr. Chatterjee, welcome, Amanda, and welcome, Ben. We're happy to have you join the team. Thank you. And I think that's it for me.
Thank you, Debbie. The next item, there are highlights from licensing data. I know Suko is presenting on the actual licensing information later on. I see Derek Chamberlain. Welcome, Derek. Good to see you.
Hi, good morning, commissioners. How's everyone today?
Hey, good.
So today, I'll be happy as usual to kind of walk you through the few slides we have from licensing data today. As you can see, this first one always pretty straightforward in terms of what we will be reviewing during the meeting today. That's our two applications for provisional license consideration and 9 for final license. And additionally, at the time that this data was pulled, we had 2 applications awaiting first review and 14 awaiting supplemental review. All right, we can move to the next slide, please. Thank you. Here, we are looking at essentially from the top down how people are moving through the process. So I know I touched on this last month a bit on just sort of the differentiation between some of these categories. So it's basically the timeline that people are walking through. So that first one, the pre-certified delivery endorsed microbusiness, that is specific as of today to just delivery licenses, or again, those delivery endorsements, and is reflective of the amount of license approvals that we had by stage. So it's important to note that those pre-certifications are essentially the first step of a bifurcated process, whereby it allows individuals in the industry to essentially kind of get a leg up on the application. So you don't have to do things like secure a property or some of the more financially burdensome elements of the process. It allows you to essentially get, the name of the business, the documentation, the people that'll be responsible for running that business in front of the commission, so we can review it as licensing staff and kind of get you on your way. And then from there, after that pre-certification approval, then you go for the second half of the application and eventually make your way to that provisionally approved stage. The provisionally approved, you can see we have 128 of those right now. That's essentially reflective of anyone that has gone before the commission to be heard for a provisional license and had it approved. The big difference between provisionally approved and a provisional license is the payment of that license fee. So you don't have an active license. You don't have that provisional license until you pay that fee. So today, later, commissioners, when you approve those provisional licenses, assuming you do, they will be provisionally approved, but the license is not active. So they can't possess cannabis on site. They can't hire people. They really can't move forward in that process until they pay the fee. And that is what delineates that provisional license designation there of 560. After that, that's kind of the big, I think, need of the process. You know, the most burdensome part of that process, I think, is really that provisional approval to provisional license stage, because oftentimes it's people building out properties, it's architectural reviews, it's hiring staff, it's putting together your business. And really, when you get to the final license stage, you've already had at least one inspection. You're pretty much, for the most part, operating your business. You're just not open to the public yet. And after more inspections and commission staff certify that, you know, you're in compliance with your regulations, eventually you get to that commence operations spot. And that's the number reflective of the total number of businesses that have essentially their doors open to the public and are operating day to day. As you can see, that number continues to grow. It's up 21% compared to a year ago at this time. And again, I kind of like the slide because it gives a big high level overview of where the industry stands and how people are moving through the process. Unless there are any questions, I'm happy to move on to the next slide too.
Derek, I see a question from Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Derek. I always appreciate these updates. I just want to, just for edification though, you had said once you pay your provisional license fee, you can bring cannabis on site. I believe that's the final license. You can't bring plants in. So
Correct.
I just didn't want anybody to get confused out there. I just wanted to clarify that.
For catching me on that. Yes, that's true. Essentially, yeah, the thing to think of is you're basically not allowed to move forward with any part of that process until the license fee is paid. So once that's paid, then you can continue on with the things that we contain in that provisional license notice that gets sent out. If no other questions, we can go to the next slide. All right, thank you. Again, this is kind of expanding upon the previous slide, but this breaks it down by license type. And really no surprises here. You can kind of see, as has always been the case, it's retail, it's cultivation, and it's product manufacturing that are leading the way through the industry. Those are the ones where we see obviously the highest volume of applications and the highest number of commence operations. And I think it also, you know, to kind of flip it a different way, it also shows you kind of the history of, you know, license types here that have become extremely popular and those that the market has sort of deemed to be not as popular for whatever reason. You know, I think we're still looking at, you know, every month when I run these numbers, I still look at the craft marijuana cooperative, for example, and how those have sort of, you know, the market has dictated that for whatever reason that didn't make sense as a license type for a lot of people. But then on the flip side, you know, the introduction of things like our marijuana delivery operators and our delivery couriers, getting those numbers out. I remember the extreme excitement that came with having those license types go live and kind of incorporating those businesses into the structure of Massachusetts cannabis. Really, other than that, I don't have too much to touch on here, just that you can see, again, over time, I always compare it to, you know, when I started here 5.5 years ago, and just to see the numbers now are, it's incredible. And it's really something I think, you know, a lot of the staff here should be very proud of that we've accomplished. We've built out, you know, an immense industry here that really has a lot of businesses opening their doors. It's great to see. Move to the next slide. All right. And on the flip side of that, there's our...
Derek, I see a question.
Sure.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Derek, so much. I just want to highlight the research license, and it's we have 1 in the provisional license phase, which is great, and 5 in the pending application phase. And you know, I recently had a meeting around the research license type. I just want to put a pin in that. I think once we get through these regs, That's something as a body we should revisit. Definitely in light of the rescheduling conversation, I think we'll see more folks. I think there's some quirks in the license type around having to reveal proprietary information. So I think there's enormous potential and opportunity with this license type. And I just want to put a pin in it for a future discussion, and excited to see some movement in the queue. Thank you.
Very good.
Please
Thank you,
continue,
Commissioner
Derek.
Wright. Yep. Okay. Or we can move to that next stage. Yep. Thank you. Yep. Again, as we kind of touched upon the last couple months, really, there hasn't been much change on this slide at all. It's really indicative of the fact that, I tend to look, back at the point I made previously, right, is that provisional approval to final license stage is where so much of the bulk of that work comes in. So you're really looking at like, that is the longest runway in terms of work that a business has to do to become operational. And really, when you get to the final license stage, when you get to the commence operation stage, you've built the business. Now it's making sure that we as regulators get a chance to come in there and say, yes, you're substantially compliant with our regulations and you can operate a safe and effective business here. So I just point that out just because the number under the provisional licenses is so high. And I think that is just indicative of the fact that there's so much work to be done. And starting a business, any business, whether it's cannabis or not, is a hard thing to do. And, it's getting that off the ground is really tricky. There's, as I'm sure any business owner listening, there's a number of hurdles, especially in a regulated market that provide, challenges to get to the next stage. But really, other than that, the thing I'd harp on here is that despite these numbers, they're just such a small percentage of the overall picture. Really, I think, this slide, it's almost like I present the same thing every month and the numbers really aren't changing. What it really tells me is the fact that once people commence operations, once they open their doors, they're not closing. It's only a few of them that do. And I know for certain that some of those are instances where it's an entire business leaving, one site to go to another site or something like that. So is it really a loss of a business? No, but it looks that way when you run the data. So certainly we don't like to see businesses close. But again, I would just say that when I look at this, I compare it to the overall picture of whatever we have now, the 670 commence operations that we've issued, and only 37 have closed. So happy to field questions on this, but again, I think pretty straightforward.
Thank you, Derek. Commissioner Wright?
Thank you. Thank you, Derek. I appreciate that comment that you said that the bulk of the work is from that provisional phase, license phase to the final license phase. And I was wondering if it's possible to be able to provide commissioners an average of how long on average does it take to go from that provisional to the final license phase, and especially for our SCP and EEA, if we could find the average of how long it's taking folks to get from provisional to final license. I'd be curious if it's possible to ascertain that information. Thank you.
Yeah, certainly, Commissioner Wright. That's a great question. I think that would be illustrative of even more so of what the slide is showing. The one thing with that is two thoughts initially are, one, I would definitely have to talk to our inspection staff because they're the ones who are really in the weeds out there day to day, traveling across the state, looking at these places and conducting those inspections. And the other thought I had is thinking about data in general and how we present it here. As you recall, last month we had a question about the total number of agent registrations relative to the total number of people working in the industry, and why we chose to present it one way versus the other. And I think that it speaks to the evolution of what we've done here, because initially when we were presenting these, it's how fast can you get it done? How fast can you review these licenses? Where are they coming? When are they going to commence operations? How long are agents waiting? 2 weeks to get an initial review on an agent applicant because there were so many, or months. I think it was 7 or 8 months when I first started here that people were waiting to get a first review of an application, whereas now it's days, just a couple of days. And that's indicative of not only our processes improving over that time, but also the fact that we have more people now. So to your point, Commissioner Roy, for that length of time from the PL to FL, or provisional to final, I would also be curious to see over time how that is shortened, because I'm sure it has. I know that initially, when you have more people, you can get to more sites, you can do things faster, you can conduct reviews in a more expeditious manner. So I would certainly expect to see that over time, the length of time from provisional to final for those who've gone through the process has decreased drastically. And I just see that reflected on the total dates of like when someone submits an application to when they commence ops, and that has shrunk by years from when we first started. So, but yes, I'm happy to speak with investigation staff, inspection staff, and try to get some of that info for you for next month.
Thank you so much.
Derek, I know Commissioner Camargo has a comment, but one, thank you for your work and your over 5 years here at the commission and dedication to the agency. I just wanted to highlight something because the team is a little modest here. The investigations and compliance team has grown, but I think it's important to just highlight that there are 30 people, 30 investigators, compliance officers, and they're managing about 1,300 licensees. So it's about 45 licensees per person here at the CCC, who have done an incredible job. And although we talk about, needing additional staff and additional funding for more staff, they have shown improved, and the team has continued to show improve. So I just wanted to make that comment. Commissioner Camargo?
Yeah, I mean, I was just gonna say, Derek, you may not want to say it, but I could say it because folks will get mad at me anyways, and it doesn't matter. But, from provisional to final, we're not the only ones controlling this, right? So municipalities are controlling a lot of this stuff, games or no games. There's money that needs to come into play for a lot of these licensees, right? Like, yeah, you got your provisional license, but you still don't have it all together. You're still trying to raise money. You're trying to find property, real estate. Real estate owners are savvy, and once they hear cannabis, they think you got money coming out your ears, right? I'm looking at a final license that's in front of us today. So I can only imagine the pain and suffering you guys have gone through to get here today. But we also have to keep that in mind. So when we're looking at that from provisional to final, we got to factor in all those external situations. And also folks start at the provisional and don't know if they want to get into this business. So, but I do, and I think everybody knows this, that, it does now. I mean, I've been here almost 3.5 years, and I know that the review of licenses is much faster than it was before, way, way faster. I think that would be a nice sort of data point to see, but just want to remind folks that, folks always want to blame us and blame us. There's also other factors that play into getting to final license. And, little things, you may have the wrong sign at the door, and it takes us, another week to make sure that sign is on the right place, or, X, Y, and Z. So I just wanted to say that to just make sure folks know that, because it's important.
Yeah, absolutely, Commissioner. And I couldn't agree more. It, in a weird way, it takes a village to raise a cannabis industry, I guess. But yeah, there's so many components, and we see it in licensing every single day in terms of what's provided to us. I mean, not just even the municipalities where you've got, your mayor's office, your city clerks you're dealing with, you've got fire departments, police departments, inspectors, all that side of things, everything that it takes to secure property. Anyone who's ever bought a house or a condo knows it's a painful process at times. It's not fun. But also we see things from other government agencies too. The Department of Unemployment, the DOR, a number of them are represented throughout this process. So, I always try to keep in mind that when you're dealing with an applicant, they're talking to 500 different people to try to get this thing moving forward. And the more that we can do to understand that, and understand that, we need to get them accurate answers quickly if possible to help them through that process, that's, something that's beneficial for everyone, because they're certainly fighting the same fight again on multiple fronts. All right. Well, I guess with that, unless there's any other questions, I've taken good notes about the type of data we can discuss next time in terms of license review time, provisional license to final license time, and I can start working on that in the background. In the meantime, though, I will hand you off to my colleague Olivia here, who is once again here to discuss some of the HCA data and the progress that we've made on that. So thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Derek, and welcome, Olivia.
Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, acting chair. So as Derek said, I am going to go over some updates with our HCA numbers, and these are current as of July 8th, so Monday. So the total number of applications we have received since March 1st are now at 283. The number of HCAs currently under review are 43. We have sent out 228 determinations to municipalities and licensees. We have reviewed a total of 230 HCAs. We have received 38 model HCAs and 17 waivers. The number of applications that are SEP, we have at 34, while the EEAs are at 17. And the number of applications that are DBE are also 17. We have, moving on to extensions, we have received 211 extension requests, and they have all received conditional pre-approval. And from those conditional pre-approval, 156 have been granted the extensions upon receipt of their payment. And we also have a total of 24 total compliant HCAs. I know during the last meeting, you had asked kind of what municipalities we are getting the models and the waivers from, and I'm happy to say that we have noted a variety of municipalities have been sending these. So just to name a few, Millbury, Webster, Lynn, Pittsfield, it really has been from all over. So it's been great to see that they are utilizing these tools we have provided. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Olivia, I have a quick question. So the first
Sure.
data point you said was there were 283 HCAs received as of what date?
July 8th, so Monday.
All right, thank you. You have a question?
Thank you so much, Olivia. This is super helpful. I'm actually going to read the communities if you indulge me. I'm going to because I think it's great that they're using this tool. So the communities that are have executed the model HCA are Holyoke, North Brookfield, Athol, Gloucester, Lynn, Pittsfield, Eastham, Charlton, Lowell, Winchendon, Palmer, Salem, Lee, Mansfield, and Middleborough. And the ones that have executed the HCA waiver are Millbury, Webster, East Longmeadow, Brockton, Holyoke, Rockland, Quincy, Greenfield, Hudson, Amherst, Dartmouth, Franklin, and Bolton. I think that's tremendous.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Olivia, and thank you, Commissioner Roy, for going through those communities. I'm also excited by the number of communities using our HCA waiver, using the model host community agreement. I think that speaks a lot about the prep work that our team did to create those documents, create those opportunities. But recognizing, commissioners, you were going through the list of towns, some of those have multiple licensees. I mean, we know towns like, or cities like Holyoke and Greenfield, they are, I don't want to say deep into the cannabis industry, but they have been actively open to welcoming the cannabis industry. And it's great. I know Holyoke only because we've been out to visit them a few times. Holyoke, regardless of who you were, got the same HCA. And I credit, the mayor, Director Vega, for doing all that work, but it's great to see them on that list of pivoting away, trying to make this new HCA requirement process that much easier and hopefully that much more simplified, not only for the licensee, but also for the community as it moves forward. So I'm glad you rattled those off. That was Olivia, thank you. That was the data point that jumped out at me, is how communities, and again, a lot that are heavily invested in the cannabis industry are using our tools to keep progress moving forward so everybody's in compliance.
Olivia, I had a question about the compliant HCAs. You know that there were 24 that were compliant. Of that number, do you have the information on how many were SEP and EEA?
I do not, but I'd be happy to get that for you for the next meeting.
Okay. Do we have any information in terms of the location, the municipality?
I do not, but I can also get that for you for the next public meeting.
All right, okay. Commissioner Roy?
Yes, thank you. And you know, with the communities that are executing the model HCA and HCA waiver, they really are model host communities. And I'm just wondering if there's a way we can highlight them more and maybe work with our communications team and our digital team to maybe recognize these communities using these tools. And the reason I say that is because for communities that maybe aren't at their license cap and you have folks considering getting into this space, these communities really seem to be model host communities working with our entrepreneurs. So I just didn't know, is there a way that we can specifically highlight them on our platforms?
For that question, either to ACIE or EC, as
Yes.
that's not my area.
Yeah. I just wanted to kind of flag that and maybe for future consideration with the appropriate folks.
I see our new permanent Chief of Investigations and Enforcement, Noam Khaleesi Kamalo, has joined us. Congratulations. I know you've been here for a while now at the commission, but this is your first day officially as our permanent chief. Do you have a response to Commissioner Roy's question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Truly appreciate it, and I truly appreciate everyone's support. Commissioner Roy, if you could please, repeat your question because I want to make sure that I understand it fully.
Sure, and congratulations and thank you, Chief. So, highlighting these communities, I was so happy to see the amount of communities that have executed the model HCA and the HCA waiver, and they really are model host communities. And I was just wondering, in the past, we talked about a naughty list, but what about a nice list and really get these folks, these communities recognized on our website. And so if they're not at their license caps, I think it's good for folks considering getting in the space when looking at communities to know that these communities have worked cooperatively with our licensees, have used the tools that we've provided. And I just was wondering if there's a way we can recognize and highlight this.
Oh, yes, definitely, because that's also part of the goal that we have here at the commission in terms of positivity or positive image. I'll definitely work with the communications department because in our enforcement page, we do have an area where we, in fact, highlight either our enforcement actions, our bulletins, or other positive or educational materials that we can provide. So that is a great idea. This is something that we can do because I think it would also be super helpful, especially for applicants, to sort of know, where they can seek, their, businesses or which host communities are willing to work with them. So yeah, that is a great idea. That's something that we can add on our enforcement page, but we definitely would have to work with the communications department in order for that to happen.
Yeah. And thank you. That's amazing. Thank you. And just as a follow-up, I think it's been brought to my attention that Worcester no longer collects CIFs. And so I don't know where, like, if somebody could check in, maybe Director Giancola with Worcester, maybe they are supposed to be in this list somewhere too. And maybe that just hasn't come across our desk yet. But I believe Worcester is also, been working very well, the city with our licensees and have waived CIFs. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. I'll recognize our Chief of Staff and Acting General Counsel, Andrew Carter.
Thank you so much. And Commissioner Roy, I just wanted to say thank you so much for that wonderful suggestion. I just wanted to flag potentially a place on the website could be our municipal zoning tracker. And I think one of the points that you raised is highlighting this is good for business development. Our applicants will know which towns may be a good place for them to start. So I think that could be a place on our website as well. Thank you for the suggestion.
I don't see any additional questions. Olivia?
That's all for me. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Olivia. Okay. Thank you, Olivia. That now brings us to staff recommendations on licensure. Suko Defoe is presenting today on behalf of licensing. Good morning, Suko. How are you?
Hi, good morning, Madam Chair.
Okay, so the first item under this section is staff recommendations on changes of ownership.
The licensee here is Bodell's Edibles LLC. They're seeking a change of ownership and control over one adult use license, and they are requesting to add one individual. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Suko. I've not received any conditions on this change of ownership, but are there any questions or conditions from any commissioners? Okay, seeing none. Commissioner Camargo, is there a motion to approve the change of ownership of Bodell's Edibles LLC? So moved. Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
Second.
Now we'll call the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 4 in favor, none opposed. Suko?
Okay, renewals. We have 22 adult use renewals and 1 MTC renewal for review and consideration today. These are normally done as a roster.
Thank you, Suko. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you. I just have a question, Suko, and on the executive summary on the renewals. In the past, there was a column for municipality costs. I don't see that here. So I don't know if anyone can speak to if that'll come back in the future.
I'm going to defer to Annie Damari since that is her process.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. That was removed as it's no longer a requirement of the renewal applications because it is now HCA's. So we're no longer collecting that information.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions? Okay. Commissioner Stebbins, is there a motion to approve the renewals for items 1 through 23?
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, is there a second?
Second.
I'll now call the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. There are 4 in favor, none opposed. Suko.
Okay, we have 9 final licenses for review and consideration today. These are also voted on as a roster.
Thank you,
Oh, I'm
Suko.
sorry. I think I stepped ahead.
Yep.
I was okay switching it up, honestly.
Suko, you gave these guys in the audience a heart attack. They're
I'm
here
so
for their final
sorry.
license. They were about to jump.
Okay.
I'm sorry. We have 2 provisional license recommendations. I'm so sorry. The first applicant we have here is Fibonacci Farms LLC. The proposed location is 446 Country Club Road, Suite B, located in Greenfield. They are seeking a Tier 11 outdoor cultivation. They received expedited review.
Thank you, Suko. I've not received any conditions. Are there any conditions or questions on this provisional license application? Okay, seeing none. Commissioner Roy, is there a motion to approve the provisional license for Salvanicho Farms LLC MC 283768, subject to the conditions articulated by staff? I'll rephrase that. Is there a motion to approve the provisional license for Fabinicho Farms LLC MC 283768? So moved. Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
I'll now call the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
And have a comment at the end.
Okay. Commissioner Roy? Aye. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 4 in favor, none opposed. Commissioner Camargo?
In their positive impact plan, they have some Corey ceiling clinics. But their first year, they're only going to do 5 participants. And I just want to say good for them, because I think some people sometimes try to go super extra on their positive impact plans and their diversity plans, and then don't really reach their goals. So good for them for saying, you know what, we're going to have 5 participants. That's what we can handle for the first year. Obviously, it's a tier 11. It's going to be a big, big farm. But kudos to them for sort of being strategic and understanding that that's what they can do. And, I hope that it does happen because Corey Sealing is a big part of this industry. Yeah.
Sugo?
The next license applicant we have here is Herbal Logic LLC. The proposed location is 180 Joseph Warner Boulevard, located in Taunton. They are seeking a marijuana retail license and they received general review.
Thank you, Sugo. I understand there are 2 conditions for this provisional license application, one from Commissioner Roy and one from Commissioner Stebbins. I'll ask each of them to articulate those conditions. Commissioner Roy?
Yep, thank you. For Herbal Logic LLC retailer prior to final licensure in accordance with 935 CMR 500-146G, please include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline on your consumer education.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Chair. My proposed condition is meant to be helpful, if I can put it that way. It reads, prior to final application for licensure or at any time after commenced operations, provide any updates to your positive impact plan goal number 2. If additional charities are identified and supported in accordance with 935 CMR 500.1011A11 and 935 CMR 500.1034B, and provide an update to the CCC licensing division. Just kind of a quick way to encapsulate this provision. Really like their positive impact plan. They talked about supporting a number of area charities. They identified one. This is more of a friendly reminder that if they do work for other charities, they should come back, let us know, because we also need acceptance documentation from charities that they're willing to receive these funds. So impressed with the work that they want to do, impressed with the fact that they've chosen a charity. This is just more of a reminder, if they change charities or add charities that they want to support, that they should take the opportunity to update us.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Are there any additional comments, conditions on this provisional license? Okay, seeing none. Commissioner Camargo, is there a motion to approve the provisional license for Herbal Logic LLC, MRN 285044, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Roy and Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
Second.
I'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 4 in favor, none opposed. Now we go to final licenses. So Sugo, please.
So we have 9 final licenses for review and consideration that are normally voted in as a roster.
Thank you, Sugo. I want to ask the name of the entity that is being represented in the room. Well, I know I'm going to ask you to say the name and welcome. Thank you for joining us. Congratulations on making it this far and getting your final license. I know we'll vote on that now, but Gas Bus, welcome. All right, with those comments, I will ask Commissioner Stebbins, is there a motion to approve the roster of final licenses?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. I'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye, and I have a comment at the end.
Okay. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. 4 in favor, none opposed. Congratulations.
Yeah, so I just want a disclaimer. I don't know you gentlemen in the audience. I assume you're from Gas Bus. We know now that you are. You wore the t-shirt, so it was helpful for me to Google y'all. But I just want to read something that I found on the How Ya Doing show. If I may, it's public information, so I'm going to read it. You guys are out of Millboro, and you were set to obviously, open now in July. Owned by a longtime cannabis enthusiastic Edson Charles. Edson, are you here? Oh, Edson Charles from Roxbury, and Richard De Cotis.
Dakotas, yes.
Dakotas, I'm saying it in Spanish.
That's okay. No.
Okay, Dakotas. So, from Brockton. Gas Bus is poised to produce top quality cannabis brands from across the state that meet their high standards. Both Edson and Rich come from the legacy market. I would say congratulations for crossing over, right? Having lived experience in the legacy market and growing up in the 90s in South Florida, I know it's not easy to cross over. So I just want to say thank you for doing your due diligence and bringing the experience from the legacy market to this regulated industry. It's different, but I know you guys will be successful at it. So I just want to say congratulations. And today we're going to talk a little bit about regs that are coming out, particularly around delivery. So I'm sure you guys are sort of up to it. I don't, like I said, don't know you, but I wanted to just kind of put it out there because we're familiar with a lot of the delivery operators that are functioning right now, but we're not familiar with you guys. So I just want to say thank you. And Edson, I know that I think it was Edson that was running from the cops with a dime bag. Oh no, it was you. It was Richard. So
Not much of a runner.
Right. So having, running from the cops with a dime bag to being a business owner today is surreal for you. And I could see the emotion. I could feel your energy. I could feel it. So congratulations. And yeah, for sure. And I just want to say that, folks sometimes think that this is the cannabis industry. And when we talk about cannabis culture, this is what we talk about. We talk about folks that are in the legacy market crossing over, doing what you got to do do this work. So I just want to say thank you as a social justice seat, but also someone who's lived a lot of these experiences. Like, I'm just really proud and honored and privileged to be a commissioner, to be able to say yes to your license. Don't call me with any complaints. Call our staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. Thank you for giving that background on the record. I actually am familiar with a few of the faces in the room, and I know you guys have been active since before this time, just coming to, round table talks, reaching out to, I'll speak for myself, to me, or, most likely other commissioners as well. I'm so happy you're here in person. It's a great reminder of why we're here. I've talked ad nauseum about making sure there are opportunities here for people from the legacy market. And as someone from Mattapan, born and raised, to hear about a fellow Bostonian and that work and getting to this moment, I commend you. So congratulations.
Thank you, Commissioner.
We have to do the celebratory
Commissioner.
picture with the final.
Yeah, we want our picture with you. Usually you ask us, but we're asking you if we can get a picture of him.
So we can take a picture with you all, and we want it too. We're asking.
Thank you.
If you don't, that's understandable.
Oh, Suko, I have you lingering, but we're gonna take 5 just to take this
Okay.
picture. So we're in a 5-minute
All
recess. All right.
Thanks, Duco.
Thank you.
You can come up with us like a million questions or things. Yes. Yeah. No, we're good. Thank you very much. Yeah. It always happens. So much. Thanks for the. Like.
Awesome. Okay, we are back. We are back. Where did we leave off? I know Suko was still in the room where we left off. We did final licenses. I believe that is the last component for the commission's approval, but Suko, I want to give you this time now if you wanted to offer any additional comments.
No, I guess really, I just want to thank all of the I&E department for all the hard work and really pulling together to get all the regulatory work done. I want to thank Chief Kamalo for her leadership, and thank you all for having me here today.
Thank you, Suko Defoe. Appreciate you. And are we seeing you next month?
Yes, you are.
All right. Well, we will see you then. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so that leads us into the commission discussion and votes section of today's meeting. This is probably the most comprehensive section for the conversation today. As I mentioned earlier, there are 7 items here. We're going to start off with our acting executive director and chief people officer, Deborah Hilton Creek. Debbie Hilton Creek, I know you prefer Debbie, giving us the executive director search subcommittee and membership update. Debbie.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair, and Commissioner Stebbins, feel free to jump in.
Okay.
Thank you. So I see where's my slide. It takes a little bit to jump in. Okay. All right. Thank you. So I'm going to give a quick update, and this is going to be really quick. And the reason it's going to be quick, it's because we made so much progress in the last couple of meetings. We had approximately, and I have a couple slides that takes us back to give us a little bit of a historical context from where we came from. So we started around May 8th. We got 172 applications, 172. I wanted to bet that we would get to 200, but I can't bet in government, so I had to lose that idea. However, we got a great number of applicants that were that excited us. The skills that we saw from the applicants in reviewing was just awesome. So what you see in red is really the update that I'm providing to you, and we can go to the next slide, please. So the timeline has changed a little bit, and I think that's probably the most important thing to for us to focus on. And as I said from the onset, that the timeline will change as we move through the process. So screening of the applicants, that was moved to June 28th, and I'm going to jump to June 28th because that was the first meeting of the subcommittee. We discussed the process of reviewing resumes. We talked about roles and responsibilities. We talked about compliance with open meeting laws, and as well as the overall process moving forward. 3 members of the subcommittee were tasked with reviewing resumes to identify those who met the minimum requirements for the role. And of those minimum requirements, we also made some recommendations around those candidates, or I'm sorry, they're not candidates yet. They're still in the applicant phase. Those applicants who, you know, were above the minimum. The second, we talked about scheduling the first round of interviews in July, from July 1st through the 15th. However, that was moved to August. So again, as we move through this process, the timelines will be adjusted. The July 1st meeting, when the subcommittee met, we were tasked with reviewing all of the resumes, the entire committee. We reviewed the resumes. There were roughly 60 that I call them the subcommittee, the branch off from the subcommittee, that had recommended that we take a close look at out of the 172. We were able to do that. The subcommittee further tasked us with going back to look at those 60, and we took a look at those 60, and so that recommendation will come back to the subcommittee at the next subcommittee meeting for the full committee to also review. So that is where we are. The July 1st meeting, I have to tell you, we had a little bit of a rough start because we had some technical issues, but it was an extremely productive meeting. I think any of our employees, having a window into what was going on in that meeting was, they would have been proud of us. We really did a lot of work, got a lot done that day. So July 16th through the 31st, we have another upcoming meeting, and I'm sorry I don't have the date for you, but there's another meeting coming up. And at this meeting, the subcommittee will select those candidates to participate in a virtual screen. The initial screening of the applicants, and at that point they become candidates, will be done virtually. And especially for such a high level position within the agency, we thought it would be fabulous for us to get our candidates in a virtual screen. During August 1st through the 15th, the virtual screens will most likely begin. This process may take up to 3 weeks, and this is dependent upon candidates and commission staff schedules. Again, this sometimes is what pushes out the timeline, because we have to sync our schedules. There are, just a reminder that there are about 13 members on the subcommittee, and we have 13 calendars to sync with the number of candidates that we're going to be virtually screening. Scheduling of the first round interview was moved from July into August. Again, these are all tentative dates depending on how quickly we can get through the screens, and then, select those candidates who will move on to the first round of interviews. September, first round of interviews are conducted, scheduling for the second round, and moving on to the middle of September to the end of September. Second round would be conducted, and then we're scheduling the final round, which will go sometime in October, and hopefully the first public meeting in October for the final round, for the final candidate or candidates, depending on how many top candidates we move to the final round. So that's sort of our timeline. And I'm excited about the next meeting because I think that's when the rubber meets the road, and very excited about that.
Thank you, Debbie. Commissioner White.
Thank you. Could we go back a slide? Kate or Betsy? Thank you. Thank you, Debbie. I appreciate this comprehensive update and timeline. So since I'm not on the subcommittee, I just want to have an understanding. So the original pool of 172 have been honed down to approximately 60?
Approximately 60.
Okay. And so the next phase will be a virtual, we're not calling it an interview, it's called a screen.
Yes.
Virtual screen. So
It's
that
a
technically,
virtual
that's
screen.
not an interview, that's a screen.
Right, exactly.
I just want to have
That's
it
the
clear in my head.
initial contact that we will have with the candidates.
Okay. And from there, is there a goal of then culling it down from there? Like how many do we want is the subcommittee want to cull it down to from there?
So we don't have a goal. That is determined after we conduct the screening. So I can say we could scale it down to maybe 20, but it may be 30 or 40. So it just depends on the quality of the candidates. That definitely will drive the number of individuals who will be moved forward to the interview, the first round of the interview process.
Okay, and then the next phase is called an interview.
Yes.
And is that virtual or will that be in person, the interview?
So those are some of the details that we discussed as a full committee, but we have not talked about that yet. That will possibly come at the next meeting, because the next meeting, we are really going to choose those candidates who will be screened virtually. And that's going to be like the first part of the process initially for the candidates.
And then the committee creates the questions for both the screen and the interview, or how does that work?
Yes. So there is another group of individuals from the subcommittee who are working on the questions. And then those questions will come back to the full committee. So when we branch off the work that we do, we just come back to the full committee with that work. And then the full committee will, review the work and make a decision as to, what the next step will be.
The one thing I will offer, it might be helpful to conceptualize this. The virtual screens are equivalent to phone screens.
Oh, okay.
We're not seeing those.
No, that's in the subcommittee, and it's called a virtual screen.
Okay.
because it will be Done virtually and not on the phone.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Commissioner Camargo.
So I was thinking the same thing, Commissioner, right? Thank you. Visually, but so when will folks that are not on the committee and the public see the first public conversation of screenings?
So that's when it's moved to the commission.
Oh, got it.
So once the subcommittee finishes the virtual screen, we finish the initial rounds, it could be 1 or 2
Mhm.
rounds of interviews.
Got it.
Then the full body,
Got it.
interviews
Yep.
those candidates.
So the virtual screenings are private only to the committee?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'll add a little bit more clarity,
Yeah.
because the rationale behind that is,
To protect.
it's to protect the process, but the people who are interviewing who may not make it. And once we have a full commission conversation, it's a public conversation as well.
Yeah.
Commissioner Wright?
Great question, Commissioner Mara. So just to piggyback on that, so makes sense, right? The virtual screens are not in public, and then the first round of interviews won't be in public either.
That's right.
So only the final candidates that make it to the final round, then.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
Yes, Commissioner Camargo?
I was going through the pool of resumes and, looking at all that. It makes me think as well that we probably need to have a conversation around, and I don't know when this happens, a deputy ED position, because I'm curious of those that may not end up being ED. Does that pool then become a pool of, deputy executive director? And it's a position that we had approved and all that good stuff. So I'm just, just kind of thinking, because there's a lot of talent in those resumes that were submitted. So, and it may not be right now, maybe a year from now or something, but just kind of sort of plan ahead and think ahead.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Yes, please, Debbie.
Yeah, so when we do get resumes and CVs in, we do keep an eye out for those individuals who, may be suitable for another role within the agency. It's always good for us to do that. It maintains the pipeline, with talent that's coming through to us. So we definitely do keep an eye out for those individuals that we can try to, entice to come back for something else.
Commissioner Wright?
Debbie, I just had a question on the date. So on the previous slide, I wrote down October 16th through the 31st, commission chooses new ED. But on this slide, it says 1st through the 15th, offer made.
Hold on.
So I just,
Which slide are you on?
Oh, I think this is a slide. So,
the slide can we go back once?
I think
Oh, this is the back. Oh, the forward one. Yeah. So I had 2 separate dates. See, the 16th through the 31st, commission chooses new ED.
October 16th to the 31st. Move. Yeah, because the dates are moving.
Okay.
So what's the conflict? What's the?
hold on. Debbie, it might be helpful to go to the previous slide, because that's why we
Okay.
have both October dates there.
Okay,
Maybe I misread. I don't know. No.
Here we go. No,
are you seeing a different slide?
this slide here.
Okay,
Because you see that middle,
October,
it says October 16th to the October 31st, and then on the left side at the very
Yes,
bottom, it
that's, I
says
know I saw that.
October 1st to October 15th,
15.
offer made.
Yeah, oh my God, I looked at this so many times.
It's okay.
September, can you go to the other slide for me, please? The previous one that this was on. October 1st to October 15th. Okay, so I have one before one. I see. So I think what happened here. This looks like, yeah, I apologize for that. This looks like a duplicate. So if you look at slide 4, you will see the same information is included in slide 4. So slide 4 really should be October 1st through the 15th. What is this?
Commissioner Roy?
That's okay, Debbie.
No, slide 3, which has October 1st through the 15th, where it says final round of interviews conducted. Candidates interview at the public meeting, October 1st through the 15th. And then the following slide, the 16th through the 31st, then you would choose an individual. So the final round occurs and then commissioners would choose between the 16th and the 31st who the new ED is going to be.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you. So just go back a slide, please. So we just need to just adjust offer made. See, October 1st through the 15th, the very last line, offer made. It sounds like that won't happen till the latter half of the month, not the beginning of the month.
That's odd because I don't have that on my slide.
Okay.
Oh, that's
That
why,
explains
that
it.
explains it. Yeah,
I
okay.
don't have that on
Okay,
my slide.
yeah, I just,
The final round of interviews conducted October 1st through the 15th, and candidates to interview at a public meeting.
yeah.
Ideally, the first meeting, so that's a little different.
Okay.
So there
that
could have
explains
been a
it.
mix up with the slide deck.
Okay, that explains it then.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Just
Sorry
confused.
about that.
No worries,
How that
no.
happened, but-
Next slide, just put hire date. This person's coming on this
Yeah,
date.
yeah.
Waiting for them.
Debbie, did you have any additional information at this time that you wanted to share?
No, just, as I said, just excited about the next meeting and, what we can accomplish then, so that'll be great.
Okay. So I will ask the commission, there are 2 changes internally to the executive search subcommittee. One being a motion to designate Commissioner Stebbins as the vice chair. Right now, he's designated as a voting member, but making him the vice chair. I'll expand on that, the rationale. I know that my colleagues and the staff here know, but I'm expecting, and it will give him the ability to convene and act in my absence, should that occur. So it's a provision and a precaution to make. The other thing is a motion to designate Michael Berquist of our legal team as counsel to the executive director's search subcommittee, and this is to replace the former general counsel. So those are the 2 motions that we will need to make at this time. Before I ask for them, I'll ask if there are any questions about either of them.
I just have a comment. I just want to thank the subcommittee for all their work. We're not on it, but we get the files and the folders, and you can see the amount of reading and work and everything that's had to go on to get it to the next phase. So I just want to thank everybody involved.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure, just to, I also want to thank the committee. We had a great first meeting, I think, as Debbie alluded to. This is not a shy and retiring group. Everybody was pitching in, everybody was offering their comments and opinions. That's exactly what we wanted. In looking at the new calendar as Debbie laid out, I think, first of all, I think all of us are anxious to get this work done, get a new ED on board. I think some of the movement of the dates, the flexibility in the dates just reflect the big pool of candidates that we got and the big pool of candidates who, were evaluated on meeting the minimum qualifications. And then from that group, as Debbie alluded to, it's narrowing down that group, culling that list, scheduling time for the initial screen, scheduling time for what we hope might be a first interview. We may need a second round to cull that list even further. I'd like to say this is a good problem to have. It requires a lot more work, but it's a good problem to have. And just thank the entire team for all their work to this point. So a lot of,
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins, and ditto to the entire team. So at this point, I will ask for a motion to designate Commissioner Bruce Stebbins as Vice Chair to the Executive Director Search Subcommittee. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. I'll now do a call the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
should I vote or should I abstain? This is about me. I'll abstain. If you vote yes, then we get the 3 votes.
I vote yes.
And our GC is nodding his head, so I'm feeling pretty good about that.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, 1 abstention. The motion passes. Next, I will ask for a motion to designate Michael Bergbus as counsel to the Executive Director Search Subcommittee. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. I'll now do a call the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 4 in favor, none opposed. Before we go to the next item on the agenda today, Debbie, did you have any additional comments?
No, thank you so much. Thank you to the commissioners as well, and we're just happy to be working with all of you. It's from the SEC.
Yeah. So that brings us to the next item today. This is the lottery sales at licensed marijuana retailers update. It's being presented today by Commissioner Stebbins, and there are external presenters from the Massachusetts State Lottery. Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. What I would like to suggest both for this item and the next item, if we could maybe move on to other agenda items. We're probably ahead of time. We had asked that our guests be able to join us virtually at 1 o'clock.
Look at us. You know.
I know. We actually have time for lunch or whatever, but if it's okay with you, Chair, I'd prefer we move these 2 items until the 1 o'clock hour when our guests will be joining us virtually.
Commissioner, do you want to make a motion just to table these 2 and change it? So it's for the Massachusetts Disability Employment Tax Credit discussion, that's 3, and the lottery sales of licensed marijuana retailers update.
Madam Chair, if I'd like to move that the commission set aside these 2 agenda items until such time as our external guests may join us.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. I'll do a call the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. We are moving forward to item number 4. It is the delivery exclusivity period review introductory discussion. And this is being presented today by our Director of Government Affairs and Policy, Matt Giancola. I see Matt's camera on. Good morning, Matt, or good afternoon now. Thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon. Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, Commissioners. On April 1st, 2022, the first marijuana delivery operator received approval to commence operations, thus kicking off the 3-year exclusivity period for delivery licenses. For 3 years, delivery licenses are exclusively available to economic empowerment priority applicants and social equity program participants. On April 1st, 2025, the exclusivity period is set to expire. The agency's regulations spell out a process for determining how and whether to extend that exclusivity period beyond 3 years. Pursuant to 935 CMR 500.050, a working group has been established to collect the following information. A, overall rates of participation in the regulated marijuana industry by people from communities that have been previously disproportionately harmed by marijuana prohibition and enforcement of that law. B, overall rates of participation in the regulated marijuana industry by people of color. C, licenses granted to businesses with minority ownership comprised of economic empowerment priority applicants and social equity program participants. D, number of registered agents who are social equity program participants. E, number of delivery licensees in operation and business performance relative to other marijuana establishments. F, financial feasibility of continued participation in the regulated marijuana industry by communities that have been previously disproportionately harmed by marijuana prohibition and enforcement of the law if exclusivity period ends. And G, any other information the Commission determines relevant. So further, the Commission shall collect and report on data measuring the criteria throughout the exclusivity period. The Commission shall begin evaluating whether the goals of the exclusivity period have been met at least 8 months before the end of the 36-month period to provide adequate time to consider whether an extension of the 36-month period is necessary prior to the conclusion of that time period. So the working group assigned to collect and remit this data to commissioners is comprised of individuals from the equity programming and community outreach, enforcement, research, data, legal, and government affairs and policy teams. Should commissioners identify any other information they would like the working group to collect and consider, we would kindly ask that to be submitted to the working group by July 31st. By late fall, the working group will return to the Commission to share the collected information, and working in conjunction with commissioners and staff will develop recommendations on next steps for the Commission's consideration and approbation. These recommendations will be taken up in winter 2025. Thank you again for your time today. I'd be happy to take any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Commissioner Roy?
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Matt. And I look forward to updates from the working group. And I always like to look to see what other jurisdictions do. And I believe Colorado has already contemplated this a few years ago, and I believe they extended up to 7 years from their original exclusivity period. So I respectfully ask the team to look to see what Colorado contemplated, what information that helped them get to their decision.
Absolutely. We can certainly take a state-by-state review into account and provide that as well to commissioners.
Thank you.
Are there any additional questions?
Yes.
Commissioner Camargo?
Matt, you said it would be taken up in the fall of 2025?
2024. I might have
Oh,
misspoke.
okay.
Well, yeah, this coming fall.
Okay, yeah, okay. And then you're saying April 1st is the deadline.
That is correct.
Okay. So we have to vote on this by what's the thought in terms of when we should vote this by? Do you know what I mean? Like, is it something we need to do in February or March, or is it as simple as, the March meeting? I'm just trying to think ahead.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately that is up to the commission to determine. I think winter, January through March would be an ideal time period. It would give the commission a few months to consider all of the information that is collected by the working group. And then the commission could take up a motion if it so chooses as to whether to extend it or not. Currently, the exclusivity period is set to expire if the commission takes no action.
Yeah, I just, this is like nerve-wracking, I think, for licensees, right? So just making sure, and I know we have a lot of work on our plate, so just kind of making sure that we internally can really get the work done within the timeline, because this stuff is key to a lot of these businesses and folks that are looking to get into the business, or even folks that are trying to sell, so I'm just thinking like, and I guess I'm speaking to us as commissioners too, but you guys have to do the work first in order for us to be able to vote on it. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah.
Are there any additional questions from the commission? Commissioner Roy?
Director Giancola, as part of the data gathering, will we be surveying our delivery operators and will the folks that have these exclusive license type? I know how valuable public comment is when we promulgate regulations. So will there be an opportunity for public comment?
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner. I do think that there is a need for extensive stakeholder engagement on a topic like this. In addition to the data that is requested by the regulations, I think a lot of that actually does fold into us reaching out to operational and applicant establishments to gauge how they've been doing over the previous few years.
Yeah, I agree.
Commissioner Stebbins?
No, I think that's a good point. You know, just looking at the final licenses we voted on today, we obviously had one delivery operator in the room, but we also had 2 other delivery operators on the agenda and 1 courier. So, you know, I'm going to take a stab at this, but I'm sure they'd be interested in seeing an extension of the exclusionary period. But beyond that, I think, you know, Commissioner Roy, you raised a good point, which is what are those factors? You know, what are those things you expected to realize, didn't realize in the marketplace? Obviously, we're talking about reg changes today that have a big impact on that license type and their ability to compete and be successful in the marketplace. So, you know, kind of thinking through, Matt, to you and the working group and kind of doing a deeper dive on questions that can go to not just the ones who have commenced operations, but the ones who might still be in the provisional phase. Thinking through more detailed questions on purposes for the an exclusivity extension, if that's the route we decide to take, and kind of giving us more data and more information to back up any conclusions we ultimately come to.
Absolutely. And I should also mention that in recent months, the equity programming team has surveyed equity program participants. And so that's something that we can certainly do again as the project formally gets underway.
Awesome. Thank you, Matt. Commissioner Roy?
And thank you. And, you know, we look at that, we call it the pizza tracker, and how many are in the provisional phase that haven't even got to commence operations to enjoy an exclusivity period. So I'm mindful of that. And, you know, when we do reach out, I'm wondering if we should reach back, you know, to those folks as well, to see where they're at and what feedback they have. So you have folks that are in that pipeline that haven't got to the end zone, if you will, and have not had any exclusivity period. So I just want to be mindful of the folks in the queue that haven't quite got there yet.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Okay, Matt, I do not see any additional questions. Thank you for providing that information today, and thank you to the team for, you know, steadily doing the work and getting it done. So thank you. I don't know if you have any additional comments, but if you do, please share.
I do not. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, commissioners.
All right. So that brings us to the next item. There's a lot of delivery items today, which is, I'm glad. The next one is delivery in banned municipalities, and I will hand things over to Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, colleagues. I'll invite Matt to stick around because some questions may come his direction. But thank you for the opportunity to kind of discuss this topic again. I know we had a conversation about it just a few months back. And interestingly, some of my thoughts might be edited a little bit just based on some of the conversation that we had earlier in this public meeting. Again, the only opportunity that all 4 of us have to talk together around our licensing tracker. So I appreciate some of the comments that were made earlier. Chair, as you know, a few months back, we had a conversation with respect to some changes to delivery courier, delivery operator regulations. This isn't about the question that we talked about with respect to changing the 2-driver rule down to 1-driver rule, but some additional questions that we wanted to come back to around delivery to no communities, as well as getting feedback on the question of delivery to hotels. That discussion was interesting. It was informative. I think we know when it comes to communities having their ability to kind of set their own ground rules, that local notion of local control is certainly baked into Massachusetts tradition and legacy. It is prevalent in any number of statutes, whether it's the cannabis statutes, the gaming statutes, other areas of Massachusetts law as well. Recently, though, it's been interesting to see some communities, and ones that come to mind are West Springfield, Southwick, both of those out in my old neck of the woods in Western Mass, come to mind that they have changed their stance with respect to deciding to allow cannabis businesses within their own community. We know West Springfield opened up or had a ribbon cutting for the first dispensary in West Springfield. I think Southwick, from what I've read, is currently going through a selection process to identify potential licensees to open up in that community. What did strike me or stuck out for me from the discussion we had the last time was the following regulation. It's 935 CMR 500.14511L, I believe. Deliveries by a delivery licensee or a marijuana establishment with a delivery endorsement shall be geographically limited to: 1, the municipality identified as the marijuana establishment licenses place of business; 2, any municipality which allows for retail within its borders, whether or not one is operational; or 3, any municipality which, after receiving notice from the commission, has notified the commission that delivery may operate within its borders. For me, it's this third one which stuck out and where I believe it could offer us an opportunity to not only expand the market for our delivery couriers, delivery operators, but also help us reduce the size of the illicit market. Right now, only the illicit market has the access to those communities who do not allow delivery. During our most recent public hearing out on Martha's Vineyard, we heard on a number of occasions that a major fear among island residents was that if the regulated and tested product was not available through licensed operators, consumers and perhaps patients would turn to the illicit market. And we heard the fears of product being tainted with illegal substances and narcotics. Those expressions of fear, I think, stuck with all of us as we emerged from that hearing, and I think it's why we took decisive action at that point. I've circulated a draft letter that I've shared with all of you. It is a first draft. I believe it's present within the packet. And I think it gives us the opportunity to do a number of things. First of all, and we talked about it just earlier, reminds municipal leaders of the regulations around the delivery license types and how they operate. 2, I think a letter like this will encourage communities to make sure that our municipal zoning tracker is current, because we know our licensees use that as a practical resource to guide their business operations. And 3, I think it could invite municipalities to take steps to allow delivery and help us make sure that residents, regardless of where they live, have access to legal, licensed, and tested cannabis products. As we talked about a little bit earlier on this municipal zoning tracker piece, opening it up to expand the information contained in the tracker is, I think Commissioner Roy pointed out, who's HCA waiver friendly, who's model HCA friendly, would be important information. And again, looking at the tracker the other day, I know West Springfield is still listed as a community not allowing cannabis businesses, as is Southwick. So I think we have the opportunity to do some cleanup work there as well. At this time, and I went back and did a count, I believe 154 out of the 351 cities and towns in Massachusetts are currently listed as not allowing delivery or have not shared information with us or may still be in the planning stages according to our tracker. We know that there are some updates needed. I think it's the right time and the opportunity to ask them to consider not only making sure our information is current, because a lot of our licensees look to that tracker as helpful information, but I also think we should ask them, as per the regulations, to consider making delivery available in their community. So that's the intent of the letter. Again, I would suggest it's a draft form. We all might have comments and edits and feedback that we want to provide. But I think it's a good step for us to take. I would, suggest that, that letter kind of reside with Director Giancola and his team. If we decide we wanted to go through with issuing such a letter, we could put some edits, comments, tweaks that we all might have into him. And then again, next step being if we decide to issue such a letter, thinking who the signatories may be, whether it's you acting chair and our acting ED, or acting ED and our director of government affairs and policy, because I know Matt's team is a critical resource for communities. But I at least wanted to kick off the discussion and the conversation and kind of see where my colleagues feel we might want to proceed.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins, and thank you for continuing this conversation. I know in the close of last year, Commissioner Camargo and I talked through the delivery license types and broke down a few different provisions that were impacting them, and no towns being one of those gray areas where we asked legal to look into sort of our own abilities and authority in that space. What I would like, so I'll ask Director Giancola if you can join us again. I had a question for you, and it was about the municipal zoning tracker.
Sure thing.
I'm Matt.
Thanks.
So deliveries are they're different, right? Because deliveries they're not restricted to the town that is hosting them, who they have a host community agreement with. And we understand, I believe we all understand, that if a municipality allows retail, they must allow delivery. Tell us the other elements. So if a town is a no town in terms of not being a host community and not agreeing to that, they can still permit delivery. Just explain the breakdown of that municipal tracker and how to read this as it relates to delivery licensees.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is correct. Cities and towns may ban all marijuana establishments from siting within their borders. They may also vote to allow their residents to receive deliveries from delivery licensees that are located in other municipalities. So the zoning tracker, currently on our website, is meant to be a helpful resource, especially to residents and delivery licensees, to let them know whether you may deliver marijuana products to a city or town. So on the zoning tracker, if it is identified as a yes town under the delivery column, that means delivery licensees may deliver products to residents in that town. It does not necessarily mean that that city or town allows delivery licenses to site there.
Okay, that they would technically, it's a quasi no town. So no to being a host community, but yes to receiving delivery.
Correct.
Okay, and then the other thing that I just will say on record, I know I've said this time and time again, is that on the MTC side, on the medical side, deliveries occur across the Commonwealth, regardless on if a municipality has a ban in place or not. So that's something that's also occurring. Thank you, Matt, for that. Are there any questions from my colleagues? Commissioner Camargo?
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, what's the operational piece for this in terms of the letter, the process? How are we going to do this, in terms of the outreach, making sure everyone gets the letter, that they've opened it, that they've read it, follow-up phone call, meeting? What are we thinking with this? Because it's 154 towns.
Yeah, I mean, operationally, that's kind of the next step and the next question. If you're asking me, I would envision that, it certainly authorize, or expect that Matt and his team could take any comments, edits we want to make to, again, what is a first version of a letter. but one that serves as kind of an official notice to communities if they want to take these steps. But I also see the letter as doing a couple of things. It's informational. It's reminding them how our delivery regs currently operate, and we know we have, one regulatory change that we want to make. Two, it reminds folks about our interest in seeing them help us keep the municipal zoning tracker up to date. As I said, we already have some changes, and recognizing that's a valuable tool for licensees as well as potential license applicants. And then it's inviting them to, again, help us take steps to make sure that residents in their community have access to legally tested product from a licensed regulator, a licensed establishment. How they go about doing that at the local level is going to be driven municipality by municipality. But I would certainly, invite, Matt and his team to take the lead on this in terms of getting a final letter, even if they wanted to bring that back to us so we saw a final version, but getting it out to those 154 communities. We know we know the gamut runs from the Lawrences of the world down to small towns out in the Berkshire Hills, and it's going to be locally driven. But I think this is a step for us to take to try to expand the market for, again, our delivery operators. But that, hopefully the MMA would be able to also help educate their member communities with this. And then they turn around and follow up with Matt to say, we've either taken these steps, make this change on the municipal tracker. But I think this kind of kicks off the conversation. It's certainly something that we have within our authority based on the regulations.
And just a follow up to that. And I don't, maybe this is for another conversation, but thank you. Because I'm just thinking operationally, I'm thinking about the education piece. Some cities and towns that are no towns still are confused about, cannabis, the licenses, all that stuff. So I know it's going to be, I'm glad I'm for it. I think it's a great idea. I still go back to, and, Attorney Carter, I may put you on the spot, but I still go back to the first conversation we had a few months ago as to the authority of the commission to vote on no towns allowing delivery. And I know why. I love your suggestion and I love the approach, but I'm also thinking of the timeline, the work, but also just 154 towns, the process. I just think about that. I feel like I'm in my head, I'm like, can we do both at the same time? Right? Can we do the letter? Can we do the education? Can we do the outreach? I think it's great. I think we should do that. But then also I would still want to know about that clarity, because I know we talked to legal for months around the authority that we have and sort of what happened prior to us getting here in terms of that conversation. But I'm almost thinking if there's something that we can do parallel, the vote and also the letter, the outreach and all that stuff. So that's my kind of thought.
I appreciate that question, especially because there will be more conversation about regulatory changes. We know social consumption is something that's in the works. There's another opportunity to have that next rollout, and this could be work that could be completed in preparation for that. So, Attorney Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner. So we do know that the Commission does enjoy broad legal authority, but I would suggest that in this area, it would require a large review of the regulations, which I know that the legal team has already performed in some parts. So I would suggest that in many ways, when we think about the regs moving forward, I do think it is ultimately at the discretion of the commissioners, which is where do we want to invest our time and our energy in order to effectuate the policies that you all are seeking to effect. So I would love for us to have a further conversation offline, if that's okay. But ultimately, you know, the
Yeah.
commission does have wide discretion, but it would need to, I would need to look at a little bit more and really get you some specific answers.
Can't,
I will say, what I'm hearing is we need to flesh it out a little bit more. We need to get some more bearing and understanding. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I would. And I mean, I will be very candid.
Please.
Which is, this is not an issue that I have worked on super recently. And I also don't want to give the commissioners incorrect advice. I
Yep.
mean, so that's why, you know,
no, that's fine.
very broad
Yeah.
authority, but like how we implement that, how we enforce that, like that's something, that's something that I would like us to think through before making a particular
Of course.
decision.
Of course. Can I just follow? Andrew, thank you, Attorney Carter. I'm trying to be straightforward here. And I get it. So yes, let's have another conversation. But I think for me, what I want to understand, and I think is that we had some conversation around this and around legal and the team. And I think there was sort of, you know, different perspectives on it. And we ended up, I think, with this great idea that Commissioner Stebbins has. I'm just thinking, you know, stuff takes a while for us to move at the commission, right? It's just, we're very thoughtful here in terms of how we're doing things. So it would be very helpful, again, parallel to Commissioner Stebbins' letter, it would be very, it would be great if we can have a clear definition. I know lawyers, y'all like gray sometimes, you know, but we need this, like, we need to know, we need to know so that we can really understand moving forward. Because I don't want later on, when I'm not here, for someone to say, or when any of us are not here, for someone to say, because our time does end at some point, oh, well, the commissioners had the authority to do this and they never did it. And then, you know, we're still waiting for 154 towns a year and a half, 2 years later to get back to us, because that happens. You know, at the municipal level, it's very difficult. You know, this is not a priority for them. So I don't know. And Madam Chair, I don't know what the directive is, but I just think that it would be nice to have our legal team go back and sort of refresh their memory and do some of this work.
I think that is the direction.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, Andrew, Acting General Counsel, please.
Yeah, and Andrew's perfect. Yes, I would say, so ultimately to your question,
Yeah.
Commissioner Camargo, as a regulatory body,
Yeah.
The interpretation of our statute falls to this board
Yeah.
or a reviewing court.
Right. Can I again?
Yes, please, Commissioner Marco.
And I don't want to go back and forth because you're an attorney. I don't want to argue back and forth, but I feel like a couple of months ago, that was the thing. And then it was sort of like, well, no, you can't, you know what I mean? So I just want to be clear so that we understand our legal footing.
Yes, I mean, and I think it's better, I mean, there's a weighing, right? A
Yeah.
weighing of the equities, right?
Yeah.
And ultimately a decision has to be made. I will say there has been some change in the case law as it relates to interpretations regarding agencies at the federal level, which
Yeah.
is sort of an interesting topic, somewhat separate, but also related. So I'm happy to look into it, but as
Okay.
I said,
I get it.
this is not an issue that I've studied recently.
I get it.
I don't want to say the wrong thing.
You're off the hook.
Thank you, Andrew. And the other component that was a part of that conversation, and I'll turn it back to my screen because we have
Thank you, Andrew.
and Cola here. I know we always, we'll ask for jurisdictional information. If we can sort of gather that component to gain some better insight in terms of how other jurisdictions are dealing with the issue or have rectified the question too. So that's a sort of a combo, between the legal team and government affairs to sort of, get that information and continue the conversation. Commissioner Roy.
Thank you. So when we had the delivery discussion or from the 2-to-1 driver rule, and we had to take everything into consideration, public safety. And for me, I voted yes. And a big part of the reason, and I read it into the record, was the letter from Chief Carmichael, who evolved on the issue. And, based on the history of the deliveries, the minimal incidents. And so I guess what I'm saying is, maybe Commissioner Stebbins, since you're the lead, if you reach out to someone like Chief Carmichael, if you had a supporting letter from someone in law enforcement that discussed the benefits of having highly regulated delivery with body cams, manifests, cameras, that could perhaps benefit a community and reduce the corner transaction, if you will, in the legacy market. So sometimes supportive documentation showing, and maybe our research, Dr. Johnson, maybe she has something that shows communities that have delivery, the benefit. So I just think as opposed, inclusive of this letter, if we could have supporting documentation, I think it would be helpful.
I think I'll add some clarity though, because Commissioner Stebbins has been leading in terms of the letter and the outreach. But I do want to highlight the interaction and communication has been with Commissioner Camargo and Chief Carmichael. But so I would just direct that.
I know that.
It's okay. And that was important, obviously, to the conversation,
Yeah.
understanding that dynamic and given his perspective. Thank you so much, Chief Carmichael, and the work that he's done in the cannabis space. So I do believe it's a continuation of the sponsored item from myself and Commissioner Camargo.
That'd be great.
Okay.
Yeah, and if I may.
Yes, please, Commissioner Camargo.
Commissioner Roy, thank you so much for that, because I think that makes sense, inclusive to this letter, I think, because I mean, I praise you all the time for the senior work that you're doing in terms of like educating seniors. Same thing, we got to educate all these cities and towns on delivery, what it means, what it continues to mean. But I think it's also an opportunity to us open the door again with these 155 communities to let them know what's going on. So I would say it sounds like we have a collaborative operation to take care of in terms of next steps. And I'm happy to reach out to Chief Carmichael. Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner.
I guess at this point, so Commissioner Stebbins, you're asking next steps is with the draft letter. You've provided that to the commission. I believe your suggestion is that we have time with the letter and then send comments to Matt.
Yep.
Tell me if you've thought about sort of the time frame for us doing that.
I had not had a time frame in mind. Obviously, I'm sure there are a lot of delivery couriers, delivery operators. We've heard a lot about no towns, right? And again, spoke about the value that I see the letter having just behind helping, good tested legal product to be able to be delivered into communities. But, again, wanted to have this initial discussion. I'm not maintaining a huge pride of authorship on the letter. That's why I want my colleagues to weigh in. And I think to your point and the point Commissioner Camargo raised of looking at how it might align with the reg conversation that happened previously, as well as to Commissioner Roy's point, reaching out to Chief Carmichael and seeing if somehow Mass Chief's endorsement of the idea or support of the idea, again, can start us on the road. And as Commissioner Camargo points out, there's a huge amount of education that we might need to do with certain communities. Mm-hmm. And we want to open up those avenues of communication.
Yeah. And
I wonder if this can, because I'm mindful of the time, and I know it usually benefits us to get it out. So I'm wondering if there's a way for commissioners to give Nat comments and give him the ability to then incorporate it into the letter.
Sure.
And have it finalized, or, that's one option. The other option that the entire board has is, we bring back that letter with those comments incorporated and then we vote on it. Do you have a preference?
I don't. I think it, I'd welcome Director Giancola to talk about his team's bandwidth and how we can manage this. But again, point of raising this today was follow up on our last conversation. What I saw is a great opportunity baked in already into the regs for us to be proactive. And again, I know I was struck by the conversations we had on Martha's Vineyard. I think we all were, in terms of being clear, not the legacy market, the illicit market that is not putting out there, products that are safe. And I think that's also an important message for us to carry forward. But I realize this is folded into a bigger conversation, and some bigger, responsibilities on behalf of our DGAP team. So
Commissioner Camargo?
Yeah, I was going to say too that just a sort of reminder, we spoke to the Public Safety Subcommittee about this issue. We also spoke to the representative from EOPS. Can't think of his name right now. But we did do this work prior in terms of the no towns, prior to the delivery conversation, and spoke to some mayors that happened to be part of the city manager on the subcommittee, also part of the MMA. So we really flushed this conversation out, and then we were waiting for sort of the legal analysis. So I think that it's a good time to kind of come back to it on top of the letter. So, and I'm for the letter. Yeah. So.
And, hey, we don't know who's watching our meeting today, but there may be some communities that are hearing about this and want to step up and say, wait a minute, this is a big opportunity for us to consider.
Absolutely.
Even without getting a letter from this commission, but we certainly want them to be partners with us in making sure that
Absolutely.
we're doing everything we can to kind of move away from the illicit market.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Director Giancola, Commissioner Stebbins was asking about bandwidth. And I also wanted to, ask the question to you about what you and the team perceive as the ideal steps forward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ultimately, we defer to the commission. I think the first option of working with commissioners to collect, coordinate, and consolidate edits into a final draft letter it probably works best, but we could certainly bring it back before the board if that is your desire. I should also mention that the teams have been working to create a form that the municipalities could easily fill out to submit, so that once it is shared, it can operationally, it should be fairly easy to incorporate the responses that we get. And once that form is finalized, we can also share that with the commissioners as well so that they can review it.
Okay, thank you, Director Giancola. Commissioner Stebbins, I'll ask if you would like to make the motion to direct the government affairs team to collect, coordinate, and consolidate comments and input from commissioners into a final draft.
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. I'll do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 4 in favor, none opposed. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Camargo.
can we have a lunch break?
Did the lunch arrive?
I think so.
Okay, let's see.
I mean, I don't know if other folks wanted, but didn't Commissioner Stebbins say that the other folks are coming in at 1?
Yes, the thing is, there are commissioners who ordered.
Lunch has arrived.
Oh, it has. Oh,
Arrived.
perfect. Okay, this is a good time then. We'll break until 1.
Sounds good.
So 20 minutes, we'll be back at 1 and we can go straight to the lottery conversation. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Ooh.
It's arrived.
Devin,
right. So we are at the lottery sales at licensed marijuana retailers update. Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Before we get started, I'm happy that we're able to have some folks join us from the Mass State Lottery virtually. I want to introduce Gregory Pollan and Steve Martins from the lottery, who have been a tremendous asset, really helpful and informative in terms of helping us flesh out this question. I've already voiced to them my frustration that my Jaws lottery ticket was not a winner, but they have nothing to do with that. But I invited them to be here because I did not want to profess to be an expert on the lottery. So they're here to answer any questions all of you might have, also talk in maybe a little bit more detail about some of the regulations around how lottery agents make an application, how lottery agents are approved, and kind of the due diligence that our counterparts or colleagues in state government over at the lottery basically go through their work. So Gregory and Stephen, welcome. Let me kind of just kick this off and again, bring it back to a little background on this topic. As you recall, earlier this year, the commission was presented with a request and a set of draft standard operating procedures. So one cannabis licensee could begin to offer lottery products at their dispensary. There was a lot of discussion and compliance questions, concerns about how, excuse me, how lottery sales are only available to individuals that are a retail establishment and sell other things besides lottery items. We had questions about how lottery agents were selected, I think, to our point of making hopefully this being a fair and equitable opportunity for our other licensees that might considering offering this service as well. Questions about the application process. So at that point, I think we decided to table the topic until we had a conversation with the one licensee as well as our counterparts over at the lottery. Obviously, we know the Mass State Lottery returns their net profits from games to the 351 cities and towns across the Commonwealth. And we know how dearly communities have come to rely on those lottery funds. So we can, jump ahead to the next slide. All right, we covered that. Can we jump to the next one? So I think I volunteered to take up the question and worked with staff and took some of the following action steps to gain more information. For me, one of the things I wanted to do was speak with the licensee. What was their interest? Any concerns about their ability to operate in the market that they wanted to kind of take on this additional business opportunity? I met with the licensee. They interestingly have a curious background around this story. They are operating out of a facility that used to be a lottery redemption location. And despite the fact that the lottery operations moved out of that building, every once in a while they get patrons who would show up to the property asking to redeem their winnings, which again, they were quick to point out that they could not do. But they figured if people were still had it in the back of their mind or their memory that this was a lottery location, perhaps they could still offer those services to folks who showed up. We then decided we would review available information from the lottery and schedule time to meet with key leadership from the Lottery Commission. I would say the focus of those conversations would be about lottery agent evaluation, how the opportunity to be an agent could be available and equitable to all cannabis retailers, and a question about how the two agencies could align with respect to their eligibility requirements. One of the biggest being lottery players only have to be 18 to get into a cannabis retail establishment. You have to be the age of 21. So making sure we all understood kind of where we didn't want kind of our eligibility and operating regulations to conflict. We can move on to the next slide. So this is the part where I am going to invite Greg and Steve to weigh in and kind of give us a little bit of background on the state lottery agent application criteria. Obviously, quickly involves a finance review, online criminal background screening, and then a site assessment as part of that. But Craig and Stephen, I'll invite you in if you want to weigh in on this slide and again, review lottery agent application criteria that you all consider. Gregory, it looks like you're still on mute, or can we unmute him?
Can you hear me now? All right. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for having us today. As you mentioned, my name is Greg Poland. I'm the general counsel of the lottery, and I'm with Stephen Martins, who's the chief revenue officer at the organization. And we appreciate the opportunity to have this dialogue. And I think it's fair to say we're looking forward to working collaboratively with the Cannabis Control Commission. Just if I may take a couple of minutes just to give some brief background about lottery sales agents and the products we sell. I think it might be helpful as we continue on in the dialogue here. First of all, this issue did come on our radar screen last fall, where there was that location that was licensed to sell marijuana under you guys. They did apply for a lottery license. We looked at it. They met our licensing standards, and we did not see the fact that they were licensed with you as prohibitive for their lottery license. So I think that kind of got the ball rolling with our discussions here. Step back, some of you may already be aware of this, but our lottery products consist of really three categories. Scratch tickets, or we call them instant tickets. Those are probably most prevalent that you're aware of. You buy them, you scratch them. Also draw games. So for any game where there's a scheduled drawing, you go to a lottery terminal, you pick your numbers, and a little sheet will print up with your numbers on there. And the third type of game is what's called monitor games. It's similar to draw games. Keno and the Wheel of Luck are our two offerings there, and these are games that have little television monitors that have drawings every couple of minutes, and you can play that way. And we have approximately 7,000 different sales agents, give or take, throughout the state in the form of convenience stores, grocery stores, bars, restaurants, etc. And the lottery does have discretion as to what products are sold at each location. Most commonly, instant tickets and draw games are available everywhere. Keno and Wheel of Luck and monitor games are available at some, but not all locations. But there certainly is discretion as to what products are sold and how we sell them at each location. And in terms of equipment, there is some uniformity with the type of equipment that our lottery sales agents receive. And Stephen, I'm going to go through a list. If I'm missing anything, Stephen, please jump in and correct me or elaborate as needed. But each lottery sales agent will get a lottery terminal, which is a little computer with a screen, and that's really links to our gaming system, so we can keep track of the tickets that are being sold and the prizes being paid out by different sales agents. There's a handheld scanner that the agents have that scan tickets. There's a communications router at the location. Most, but maybe not all locations, will have a bet station, which is a big plastic desk type piece of equipment that allows people to write their bets on. And also instant ticket holders. Some convenience stores and more of our larger operators, you might see a big waterfall of tickets in the background, where some of our smaller stores or smaller offerings will have something smaller, like a 10-card dispenser on the countertop. And our lottery sales agents are subject to various rules and regulations, mostly geared from our regulations. And also we have a sales agent agreement that has different things that they're required to abide by. Don't want to monopolize the floor. Stephen, am I missing anything? Then we can maybe turn it back over to Commissioner Stebbins to continue on with the PowerPoint.
No, and thanks, Greg. And I'm sure many of the commissioners have at least been somewhere, right, where they see our lottery products. But sometimes these retailers, as everyone knows, might ask for additional resources like a jackpot sign on their window, right, to showcase the Powerball numbers and the Mega Millions numbers. And then all their other resources are provided by us, like supplies, like bet slips, paper, and so on. But I would probably say the jackpot signs is a popular resource that agents will ask for to showcase, right, that there is lottery that is offered here as well too.
Thanks. And actually, there's one other thing I want to jump in on because we're on the licensing page. When we do license our sales agents, it does start with them submitting an application. And by our statute and regulations, the executive director of the lottery has pretty broad discretion when it comes to who should get a license and who shouldn't get a license. But we do have over 7,000 agents, so we benefit by having sales agents out there selling our products. But when we do review an application, there's a few different parts to it. One, we will review finances and the credit of the applicant. Our sales agents are given lottery products and they sell those products on consignment, but any agent of ours will have tens of thousands of dollars worth of lottery products on hand. So it's important that they have adequate credit to make sure we're not going to incur some financial losses there. The lottery will also perform a criminal background check to see if there's any pending charges or any concerning felony or misdemeanor convictions there. And the lottery does also consider sales potential. We do consider whether a sales agent location's sales or potential sales are at an acceptable level. And we don't, it's not common for us to deny a sales agent application because we don't think there's going to be adequate sales, but it is a factor. If there's a location, it does take time and resources to service all of our sales agent locations. So if there's a location that's not producing enough sales, there is a mechanism in place in the lottery regulations to not have that sales agent location. So having said that, Commissioner Stebbins, let me pass it back over to you to continue on.
Yeah.
A couple questions. I don't know if you want.
No, let's tackle the questions kind of as we go through each slide and obviously go through a lot of the requirements that the Lottery Commission has. But
okay. Thank you. And thank you both for joining us today. This is really helpful to understand, how our two industries can merge. I had a few questions. One, we talk about agents here in the cannabis industry. When we say agent, we really mean those people who are not just the owners, but also the people who are working in the establishments. When you say lottery agent, are you speaking about the people who own the establishments, or is it analogous to the way that we utilize it? Are you talking about the people who work in an establishment that is licensed by the lottery?
That's a good question. I would say a sales agent is we look to the sales agent application that comes in. It will typically identify the corporate LLC or the corporation on there, and it'll identify the people that control that corporation's typically the executives of the corporation or a member if it's an LLC. So those would be the sales agents, the people responsible for the license, and the people that work in the store would be considered employees of the sales agent.
So it's more ownership and control. So people who are exercising ownership and or control are who you would, categorize as being lottery agents.
Yeah.
That's helpful. I was asking this because there's we just had some substantial changes to our regulations here. We refer to them as Chapter 180. A component of those changes was around suitability, and it's as it relates to cannabis agents, so the people who are working in establishments. So I was listening and trying to see if there was any rub there between what is permitted in the cannabis space for people who have criminal backgrounds versus those who would be licensed by the lottery. But from what I'm hearing, you know, in our industry for owners, you cannot have a felony charge, and that seems like it's aligned with your own rules as well.
It does speak to it. It does speak to criminal convictions, but I would say generally lottery sales agents are subject to considerable oversight, especially when it comes to sales of tickets, payments of prizes, and for invoicing, so we can make sure we collect the money we're owed. But I also think it's probably fair to say that cannabis retailers are subject to, different types of oversight from the CCC, which in some ways may be more extensive than what the lottery sales agents are familiar with. Now, in terms of a conviction, our statute does prohibit someone who has had a felony conviction from getting a license. Oh, I'm sorry.
I will say for us, if for owners, you cannot have a felony conviction, period. So that's still aligned here. I think what I want to be sure I'm understanding this correctly, though. Those who work in the establishments that are licensed by the lottery, but do not have ownership or control, are they subject to a criminal background check?
No.
Okay. Thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you. And thank you so much for illuminating us on how the lottery works if we are to merge these two industries, if you will. My question is around cash handling. Do you have any requirements? We go in, we buy, as you say, scratch ticket or instant ticket. And I noticed, it goes into the cash register drawer. How does that work? And the requirements where they have to separate it out from their general purchases?
So we do keep track of all the sales, all draw game tickets. When there's a sale of a product, there's a record in the system that reflects a purchase has been made. So we know when the sale is made, and when we do have a process to keep track of how scratch tickets are sold. All lottery sales agents are required to create and open up a separate bank account that the lottery is permitted to pull sweep money out of. We do that weekly or bi-weekly. And lottery sales agents are directed to take all of their proceeds, and primarily it's cash, and deposit them into the account. This is one of those areas where the CCC might have more stringent processes in place to handle this type of thing.
I also just want to add, and that's correct, is that part of the resources that we also give our lottery retailers is that to keep the cash separate is we also provide them a cash drawer as well that is attached to the flex machine, so they can separate. Some use it, some don't, but it is offered to them if they want to keep the cash separate from their store sales as well.
Yeah, I have two more questions. Thank you. A big part of our focus is prevention of diversion. And I just have a question. How do you monitor that? Is there shrinkage or diversion within your agents? What % per year? How prevalent of a problem is it?
When you say diversion, could you explain that a little more?
Yeah, so in other words, on unauthorized sale or not buying them, or activity that doesn't comport with a regular transaction. Is that an issue?
It's something, I'm not sure how in depth I can get with that response, and Stephen, if you can get a little further than me, feel free. But we do, like I said earlier, we do keep close track of the sales at each location. And lottery sales agents, they do get paid a 5% commission on the sale of all products. So if they sell a $1 scratch ticket, they get a 5-cent commission on that. And if somebody comes in and they want to claim a $10 winner, the sales agent gets paid a $1 cashing bonus for that. So our lottery terminal will keep track of all the sales and all the commissions and bonuses that sales agent is entitled to over our invoicing period. And again, depending on the type of agent, it could be weekly or bi-weekly. We will go into that lottery account. We expect that there will be the appropriate amount of money in that account that reflects lottery sales at that location, offset by what the commissions or bonuses were. And we pull the money that is owed. So we know the money that is owed, and we sweep it. If the amount of money is not in the account, then we'll identify that promptly and dig in further. And we have some processes in place. Primarily it starts with our finance department to follow up with the agent and figure out what is the what's the issue going on there.
And my final question is, you had mentioned the different point of sale materials that the lottery offers. And one I didn't hear you mention, but is window signage, which you see at your agent's place of business. And in the cannabis industry, we're very particular. You're not supposed to be able to see product. So if there is a merging of the industries, it's little things like that we have to be mindful of. The signage in the window. And I think I'm right when I say a lot of your agents do have signage in the window that advertises lottery products.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. And I would look towards our regulations and our sales agent agreement, where I think there is language that requires sales agents to put up the signage that we tell them to. That might be an oversimplistic way for me to put it there. But that sort of issue, and I'm sure there's other issues like that where I mentioned before, we want to work with the CCC and be collaborative to the most extent we can. So that's something that I'm sure is, if we proceed down this road, we could kind of sort out those issues and hopefully come to a place that works for both agencies.
Yeah, and as Greg said, it's not uncommon for you might see them out in the field, but there's also places, right? Many corporate accounts are a good example, right? Some might not want the signage. So those are the little things that, if we move forward and you decide you don't want any signage at these establishments, and that would be an easy thing to do, like we do with some of our corporate accounts as well too. So that would be up to the commission.
I lied. One last question. Thank you. And then when this first came on our radar, looking at our regulations, it prohibits loitering, and looking at the games you listed, the monitor games require you to wait around to see the balls drawn and the keynote. So I think that's for a bigger conversation. How do we reconcile the non-loitering it's not allowed in our regulations with the standing around for the monitor games?
Good question. And like I mentioned earlier, there is discretion as to what products are sold at each location. And while we license lottery sales agents, there is a separate licensing process and requirement to operate Keno. It's a different section of the lottery's enabling language statute. But in order to be licensed to operate Keno, that's where there will be a Keno monitor, and there would be devoted floor space at the location for someone to stand around and watch that Keno monitor. So that's, again, an area we want to work with you. I understand there's some regulations in place in the cannabis licensed area that loitering isn't something that is permitted. So we would not, we'd probably work with you as best as we could to not have these locations selling Keno and encouraging people to stand around and play. We do allow what's called Keno to go. This is when people can just buy Keno tickets at a location on the go. They're not encouraged to stay at the location. There's no Keno monitor there, but we do differentiate that from sales agent locations that are licensed to operate Keno.
Thank you.
Okay, I want to recognize our Chief of Investigations and Enforcement. I believe that she has a question around compliance. So Chief Kamala.
questions in the meantime, just.
Okay, while we're waiting for her to appear on screen, Commissioner Camargo?
Thank you. Just so that we can keep moving until she gets on. Oh, I don't think my mic is working. Maybe, thanks. Appreciate ya.
Thank you for being here. And Commissioner Stebbins, thank you for bringing this to us, very educational. I have a lot of questions and maybe I'll just throw them all out there and you guys can sort of answer and I'm sure we'll continue the conversation. But I'm curious if you've seen in other states this collaboration. You said Keno to go. My sort of head started spinning and I'm like, I wonder if they do any kind of delivery with lottery tickets. So I'm curious if there's anything in that sense. If we were to vote this in, would there be a way at the end of the year to just see what the revenue is of the lottery at cannabis locations? That's my other question. And then I think you talked about the percentage, 5 cents on sort of the tickets, 1% cash bonus on the other stuff. Having to have credit if you're an agent to make sure that they can cover whatever money they need. But also, what's the cost to someone that signs up for this? You know, a cannabis retailer. And yeah, I'll stop at that. I'll wait till you guys answer.
Okay, I might have missed, I jotted down some of your questions towards the end. I might have missed a couple of the first grouping there. So in terms of sales at a lottery, at a cannabis at a lottery sales at a cannabis retailer, that's certainly information that we would be able to gather at the end of a period. And in terms of cost to a cannabis retailer that would apply for a lottery license, Stephen, you might be able to get into more detail. There's a $200 application fee. I don't think there's usually much of a build out to location. I mean, I'm not sure if there's a cost to making space for our lottery equipment. It's not terribly much space. But Stephen, are you aware of any other costs that a sales agent might have to incur to get licensed?
No, other than the bonding fee, Greg, right? The small $2 bonding fee, but all the resources are provided to the lottery agent, all the equipment that Greg and I stated earlier in part of the presentation.
And training, I'm assuming.
Yep, every retailer, it's part of our application process before they get approved, is that they have to go through training.
And I think my question in the beginning was around other states. I don't know if Commissioner Stebbins, if do you have, no, you're not there yet in terms of that?
No, I was going to say we could advance to the next slide. I think that also answers some of your questions and some of the information that Steve and Greg just shared.
Yeah, just in case my questions in the beginning was just that, the dates and then the, because I heard you say Keno to go, so I'm just curious if there's anything outside the box that the lottery is doing to go besides Keno. So.
Keno to go and the Wheel of Luck to go. So those are our two monitor game offerings. So they are available at lottery retailers that have monitors with these things, but we do make the to go games available at sales agent locations where there isn't a monitor. But we look at those similar to our sale of draw game tickets where someone buys the ticket and leaves. So.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and I see Chief Kamalo has now joined. Chief, what were your questions around compliance?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I do have a question in terms of, would it be possible at some point, for our investigators or compliance officers to sort of have a demo to see how this would work? Because in light of everything that has been discussed here today, as you had even some questions that the commissioners are asking, they're asking about how to prevent diversion and things of that nature. And I think would be helpful for us outside of having to hear about this in a theoretical way. It will be more helpful for us to see practically how this would work, Is that something that where there's a possibility of us being able to do so?
Yeah, I believe so. And we do have a compliance department. And I know if this progresses to the next step, which I believe would be the lottery to work with CCC staff and drafting of a memorandum of understanding, I can certainly see our compliance team coordinating with your compliance team over there to again figure out where our licensing rules and regulations can kind of work together and see what's going to make the most sense for both of us.
Okay, thank you. That would be helpful. And also the other thing that I was going to ask is that in addition to sort of coordinating with the compliance team, if also there's a way for us to get some documentation related to your regs, related to this specifically to sales, because then so that when we're having a conversation with the compliance team, you know, we can sort of tailor our discussion towards any other relevant questions that we might have related to that, because that will be helpful in developing the SOPs that's related to that, because that's something that the commission, as you all know, we don't currently have that because this is something that doesn't exist at this particular time. So that if the board does vote for this, we'll sort of be able to report back to the board in terms of, you know, are there any, you know, compliance concerns outside of some of the things that we already talked about, loitering and other things that we need to sort of consider.
Like I said, I think we want to be collaborative on this. So you know, I'm sure we'd be willing to share you know, information from a compliance standpoint and other standpoints to try to figure out the best way to make this work.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Knowles. Commissioner Marco.
Commissioner Roy, may I? Yeah. Sorry. I don't think they answered my question about the other states.
You want to ask?
I can say I'm not familiar with other state lotteries that have partner, you know, had this sort of arrangement. It could happen. It could be out there. I'm just not familiar with it.
Okay. And I'm just asking because I think, you know, everything we've done, thank you, Commissioner Roy, because I know you have a question. Everything that we've done, we look to other states to see what they're doing, you know, and I'm just very, very curious, and maybe it's a job for our policy team to look through and do a policy scan of what other states are doing when it comes to, you know, the lottery and cannabis retailers. So thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Roy.
Thank you. So I'm just trying to envision it. And so your registered agents, how do they get their tickets, their scratch? Do they get delivered from the lottery? Do you have agents and vehicles that deliver these tickets to? And if so, and we move forward with this, there might be training needed on your end as far as with your folks that deliver, because when they go into a convenience store, they don't have to show I'm sure they don't have to show their license and sign in. And so that would be required of your agents when they deliver this product. They would have to show an ID, a government ID. They would have to sign in because they're not our registered agents, and we have protocols around that. So it would be a back and forth type of training. And I'm curious also, do you have investigators that go around to ensure, or compliance officers?
We do have compliance members of our compliance team. They are in the field when they need to be, and that may result in them going to different sales agent locations. And Stephen, I believe most of our instant tickets typically are mailed via UPS or FedEx, right?
Correct. Both our tickets and our supplies are delivered to them by FedEx and UPS.
But we do have account representatives, so every lottery sales agent has an assigned account representative, and they all have a particular route, and they make regular visits to each sales agent location to make sure they have adequate supplies and to kind of do a spot check of the location to see if everything's as it should be, see if the agent needs anything. So I can see that being something that will, you know, if and as we progress further down the road, we will have to address some of these, you know, just differences in the licensing requirements for a cannabis retailer and a lottery retailer.
And it's also important to know that every lottery employee does have a lottery badge as well too, so they can show it when they enter. Because as you know, right, a lot of our a lot of our retailers might have different workers. They may not be familiar, right, with our account reps that go out in the field. So the first thing that they always do is to make sure before they go behind any counter is to show their lottery badge and let them know that they're from the lottery and they're here to service the account.
I wanted to ask, you know, we have changes of ownership that happen on a pretty regular basis here. In the case where there's a change of ownership for the cannabis entity that is a lottery agent, does that, you know, registration, authorization, does it travel with the entity itself? Does it go with whoever the individuals were who did the registration? How does that work? How does the transfer work?
We do experience change of ownerships also. Sometimes it'll just be one of the owners being swapped out for another. Sometimes it'll be a complete change of ownership. Depending on the exact, you know, scenario, it could result in just a new application being provided. And it's my understanding that it's tied to the location itself. So if John Smith is a lottery sales agent at 1 Main Street, John Smith cannot just say, I'm going to move my sales agent location to, you know, 460 Maple Street. It's by the physical location.
Okay, so if, let's say, you know, Eva Concepcion wanted to buy Bruce Stebbins' location, I wouldn't have to reapply. The registration would still be attached to that location.
Generally, yes, but there are strings attached. I think every scenario could be a little bit different, and I apologize if I can't get too specific. But if John Smith is selling location, John Smith has already undergone our credit evaluation. If John Smith is being taken off and replaced with someone new, the lottery would have an interest to make sure whatever the new owner is has adequate credit and.
Okay. Yeah. And then you would do a criminal background check again.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Camargo.
Gentlemen, I want to apologize. We actually had a memo in February that gave us some insight on other states. But February feels like 2 years ago. So maybe we can share that with you all. I think it's public information already, but we can share that with you so you know. I also got another message from one of our team members that, you know, they're on it. They're like, Commissioner, you're wrong. There was some information out in February. But also it seems like Colorado is one of the states that is doing some of this work. Closed?
It closed.
It closed. Okay. Well, it was doing some work and then it closed. That's right. So that's on the state. So I just wanted to clarify that. I was going to ask, have you all, I know that this came about because there's one retailer specifically that's looking for this, but have you all in your time at the lottery and the time that the commission has been open, have other folks come to you about this, or have you seen more than this just one person? And I'm thinking, I'm curious to what the retailers think in the cannabis space. You know, just because one person thinks it's a great idea, I don't know if other folks will welcome it or anything else. So I'm just curious if you've seen more. And then my other question is, what's the average earning for these retailers in Massachusetts when it comes to lottery?
I'll probably send that second question over to Stephen as the Chief Revenue Officer. He might be able to speak with more accuracy than me. But for your first question about have we gotten this type of question or this sort of inquiry from cannabis retailers before, I can't speak definitively, but I don't believe so. It's my understanding and my recollection that this application that we got last fall was the first cannabis licensed retailer that applied for a lottery license, and I believe got to that point in the process. I can't say that no cannabis retailers never called up and made inquiries before. They might have, but the application that was filed last fall is, I believe, the first application that made it to that, you know, that far in the process. Stephen, I'm sure there's a lot of qualifications with the sales agent revenue. So it can vary depending on location, but can you try that one?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have numbers exactly in front of me, Commissioner. I'm happy to get you kind of a breakdown because, you know, it just really depends, as Greg says, on the location and the offerings, right, the products that this location specifically offers, right, whether it be instant tickets or the monitor games, draw games. You know, some are not, don't sell instant tickets and only sell draw and monitor games. In the sales world, we have, you know, we call them like the 4 quartile agents, right? 1, 2, 3, and 4, 1 being the lowest, 4 being the highest. So I think what would be helpful to this commission is with our 4 quartiles, I can, you know, pull some numbers and give you the amount of agents in each of the quartile that can kind of direct you to exactly what those sales look like.
Commissioner Camargo?
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that. Can you educate at least me a little bit on the lottery and how you all function over there? Like how does this work? So I heard, Greg, you talked about an MOU. Who's the final sign off at the lottery for something like this?
Well, the Mass State Lottery Commission is a 5-member commission. It's chaired by the state treasurer, and then there's 4 other members. The state comptroller is one, the secretary of public safety is another, and then 2 appointees by the governor. And the lottery commission meets once a month and provides oversight and direction towards the organization. The lottery has an executive director who's appointed by the treasurer with the approval of the governor, and the executive director runs the day-to-day operations of the lottery. So any MOU, no doubt, would have to have sign off from the executive director, and depending on the substance of the MOU, may need to be presented to the commission for their approval. I'm a little undefinitive on there because I think it really does depend on how what the policy implications are of the MOU. So it very well could require commission approval. And underneath the director, we have about 370 or so employees that work for the lottery. So and we have offices throughout the state.
Can I ask, what's the percentage of the lottery tax revenue for the Commonwealth? Do you guys have that?
Percentage? I don't have
or
that.
not the percentage, but the the income that it brings to the Commonwealth. I'm just curious.
So Stephen, you might to clarify this. I mean, last year I think we did $6 billion in sales and gross sales revenues, and we returned over what was it, 1.1 billion last year to the state last fiscal.
1.1 billion. Thank you.
That's correct. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate the conversation. My thoughts are just around what this looks like, who besides us and, folks at the lottery, who decides how this happens. And then also I just keep thinking about retailers themselves, and I'm assuming we're going to have more of a conversation here, but I'm also hoping that if we keep moving this along, that we do have conversation from retailers and folks in the industry in terms of if this is something that they're even interested, because I get it. There's one retailer interested, and I respect that. But that's just one, out of so many.
Sure.
Commissioner Seth.
Thank you, and thank you to my colleagues. All great questions. I actually had a question as gentlemen, as you were talking about products and availability. I know from my days at gaming, I think it was required by statute that the lottery would execute agreements with our gaming licensees. And in some of the gaming establishments in Massachusetts, you actually have, for lack of a better term, and if there's another more professional term in the industry, but you have a vending machine option as well as what the traditional lottery purchase might be with an individual who goes behind the counter and grabs a ticket or punches in a number for you, or a quick draw from one of the other games. Can you give a quick snapshot as to how vending machines, and again, apologize if I'm mischaracterizing them, but those machines operate? Who comes in that collects the money? Is it the lottery agent? Is it one of your team? But if you can just share a little bit more detail about how those types of operations work, if maybe the vending machine option was kind of a standalone option for a retailer.
Steven, you want to try that one?
Yeah, sure. Sure. So thank you, Commissioner.
Start with whether I called it the right thing, I guess.
Yeah. Well, we have all different technologies. You know, we have what we call the GT28. Those are probably the most updated instant ticket machines. And I'm not sure if most of you have seen them out in the field. They're mostly probably located in high volume traffic areas, right? Those are the touchless instant ticket machines that we're currently updating our old technology with. In most instances, that we like to put those specific instant ticket machines, because they are expensive, to the lottery at more of the high traffic areas, right? That we can get back our money. So, you know, again, we'll evaluate each location when they ask us for an instant ticket machine, but it all depends on sales. But for the most part, you see these specific machines that could be anywhere from a 24 game unit, right? When I say a 24 game unit, it's 24 slots for instant tickets, right? And so it should be at a high traffic location, or what I just stated, our new technology, which is the GT28, which has 28 slots for instant tickets. But again, each location is just evaluated by sales. Typically, we like to see how they do first by selling over the counter, right? And even that, when a new agent comes on board, it's not like we throw 100 dispensers, right, at the specific agent. That wouldn't be fair to them or us, right? Because everything that they activate, you know, they're responsible for and selling, and there's a time limit on that before they get charged as well too. But we love to start retail agents at a very small pace, you know, maybe like a 10 unit dispenser. I think in this case, with this one specific lottery agent one specific cannabis retailer that was interested in lottery, they were going to potentially start off with a very small amount of instant tickets, right? Because we'd like to evaluate those specific sales. But if the question is, you know, would those machines be located at these specific locations, it's hard to answer that, because we need to know exactly how their sales are evaluated in regards to, before we offer that equipment to them. And just so the commission knows, as the commissioner also said, we have a great relationship with the 2 casinos and also the slots parlor as well too. If anyone's familiar, they also have very strict guidelines as well too. And we have a great partnership with them that we follow a process. So, and they also are a high traffic volume area. So that's why you see plenty of instant ticket machines out there. And in some locations, they also have a gift shop, right? So they sell over the counter and our monitor games. But we love working with them. We have a great relationship. They also have, you know, policies when our account reps go in and they have to check in with our lottery badge as well. So it works very well, and, you know, they generate great sales and revenue for themselves as well too. So.
Commissioner Kamar, I'll let you ask your question first.
No, it's actually just a statement, just to clarify again. The memo that our team worked on in February was not a state by state, just so we know. So that in next steps, if we are going to do something, they probably should do a, you know, state by state. So
I want to thank you both again. Clearly, we have a lot of questions. It's really helpful. Commissioner Stebbins, thank you so much for sponsoring this and making sure that we have this opportunity. Because I know you can tell we have the questions. I had a question in terms of the license itself, the lifespan. Is there a renewal process? Are you licensed indefinitely until, you know, there's something that's discovered or a person discontinues their operations? What's the lifespan?
There is a renewal process. It's escaping me how often it is, but it's certainly not a lifetime appointment to be a sales agent. There's an ongoing renewal process. And we have recently upgraded, in the past few years, we have a online licensing portal, which was good to transition to. So the renewal process is even more streamlined now than it was before.
Okay, so is it sort of on an annual or biannual basis?
Yeah, I believe it's biannually, but I would have to double check to be sure. Stephen, do you know?
I'm not positive, but I think you're right, Greg. I think it's biannual.
Okay. Thank you. And then I had another question in terms of the compliance side of things. Let's say you have a license, I'm throwing out a hypothetical here. So you have someone who's been licensed, they cleared all of your requirements, but subsequently there's something that arises, there's some sort of suitability concern, there's something in terms of their operations. Is there a way, you know, you mentioned that there is a compliance division, people do go out and do some due diligence in terms of going to the establishments. Do you do something to monitor that, you know, on that background end of things? And then are there means do you ever revoke licenses when there's something that arises that warrants a rescission of the license?
Yes, it does come up from time to time, and our compliance department, for any monetary type issue, that would typically start with our finance department to figure out if we're not getting paid the money we're supposed to be paid. That's one issue. But if there's, you know, sales agent non-compliance with our rules or other types of issues, that's something our compliance department would typically handle and conduct an investigation. And there are instances where sales agents are, you know, the lottery thinks there should be some sort of sanction in terms of either suspension or revocation of the license or a written warning. And our regulations do have contemplate hearings to conduct to give the agent some sort of due process prior to a suspension or revocation being implemented. So it does happen. It doesn't happen every day, but it does happen.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Camargo?
Do you all have unannounced visits to your retailers?
I think I'm not sure if our account representatives have scheduled times to pop in, but I think it's at any given time, I think someone from the lottery could pop into a sales agent location to see what's going on. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're being investigated for wrongdoing.
Right.
But I think the pop-ins happen regularly. Stephen, what would you add to anything to that?
Yeah, I mean, our account reps have a schedule. It's like it's called week 1 and week 2. So they're specific exactly when along that route when they're going to visit that lottery agent. For example, you know, this one location could be located in, let's just say, I'm going to pick New Bedford, for example, right? So how the routes are made is that, you know, they're not zigzagging through, you know, their specific areas. So that retailer location, if they have to visit it on week 2 on Tuesday, so it's, you know, twice a month on that Tuesday that they would go visit, unless, you know, they could have a day off or whatever the case may be, and then they would have to go the next day to go visit the lottery agent, because that also could happen. Or maybe their equipment, right? There's something's malfunction on their equipment as well too, and the retailer will put like a service call in to come and look at their equipment to see why it's malfunctioning or whatever the case may be. And then from our compliance and security, just to let everyone know, we take that very seriously for any complaints or anything that is going on. So at times it depends on the scenario. We could come in and ask the specific questions, just depending what that scenario is.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. You know, I'm just thinking compliance, right? We do unannounced inspections. So I'm just thinking, you know, we're doing ours, you're doing yours. I'm just thinking about, you know, sort of that mix, or that, you know, that crossing the road. I don't even know how to say it. You know, that point where the lottery meets, you know, our inspectors, right? So I'm just curious about that, and I'm sure we can talk about that more down the line. Another thought that I just had is, and again, I know that this is a first conversation with you all, but I don't know where we'll end up. But I was thinking like, okay, so is this for just retailers, Or is this something that we would, I'm thinking about cultivation sites. I'm thinking about social consumption sites. I'm thinking about, there's employees that buy lottery tickets, so it's kind of like, okay, if a, tier 11 cultivation site wanted to have a scratch ticket vending machine, they could, because their employees can, grab tickets if they wanted to. So, I'm just thinking we don't have just one license in the industry. We have a few, and we have some more that will be coming, well, around social consumption specifically. But it just made me think that we just have to think very broad, because once we do get into this, we all know it takes a little long to sort of, edit and recreate. So we just have to think broadly about what this means.
Dog question for me now. I think I envision this being exclusive to establishments that welcome the public. But I guess this question is for the folks at the lottery. What is, okay, so I'll let our general counsel hop in before, but I'll ask the question and then I'll let you jump in, Attorney Carter. But the question is really, what are the lottery's rules around that? Do you permit licenses for establishments that are not accessible to the public? So I'm gonna put that question there. I'll let our general counsel, acting general counsel Andrew Carter, offer some of his perspective, and then I'll ask you both to answer that as well. So Andrew.
Yes, absolutely. And Greg and Steve, it's good to see you again. So I have been working with Commissioner Stebbins and Steve and Greg on some of these matters. So the answer to this question is contained in our February 20th, 2024 memo, which speaks to lottery sales. So lottery products are generally sold throughout the Commonwealth, but they are sold at retail locations. So I would not anticipate a cultivation license, for example, selling externally. I would note, though, that the memo also does put this question for the commission to contemplate, in the sense of a marijuana retailer versus a medical marijuana treatment center. And I think the question that we would ask ourselves, right, is, and this is a little bit more policy thought, but is a marijuana retailer akin to a pharmacy? And if so, do pharmacies sell lottery tickets? I think that's a question for the board to contemplate about where and how widespread. But I think that's the sort of parameters where they operate under.
Yeah.
I want to give them the opportunity to also answer this though. So under your purview, under the licensing, the lottery commission's rules, is that permissible? Is it permissible to have a license in an entity or establishment that does not grant access to the general public?
I don't think I've gotten asked that question, so I'd be hesitant to, and I wasn't prepared to answer that question. My speculation would be that no, it has to be something available to the public. But at the same time, I couldn't, off the top of my head, point to a statute or regulation to say that. I would point to a practical implication of it, though. We're still trying to, we're trying to, drive sales here, and you're going to get more sales if something's open to the public. It would really question how profitable the location would be if it's not open to the public. And as I'm just thinking about it now, I suspect the answer is that it has to be open to the public.
Okay.
But like I said, I just wasn't prepared for this question. I'm not really prepared to go in more depth in that.
Out there, so just thank you. I think that even if the logic, that logical piece of it, that's helpful to keep in mind too. So thank you. Commissioner Camargo.
I just want to make a comment. Thank you for indulging us in the questions, because this is the only time that all four of us can have, open and, open conversation, and then with you all and the public. But if you think our questions are creative at times, our licensees are very creative, right? So I can already, hear and see other folks asking, right? Because if we're like, you all have regs, we all have regs, but it's just, to me, it's a little interesting. And then just thinking for the future, what does this mean for other retail establishments? Especially, and I keep thinking social consumption, but I'm also thinking of, just other places, but I also understand the policy and what you're talking about. I also think we probably need to update that February memo. I think we've learned so much today. So, yeah, so that's just a comment. I'm just speaking out loud, for all of us, I guess.
Okay. I don't know if there are any, I don't think there's any additional questions. I'll head you back to you, Commissioner. Sutton.
Sure. I think we can jump down to the next slide.
Sorry.
Oh, no, that's okay. This is a good the only chance we have to do this. Jump down to the next slide. Again, the CCC in the past, on a couple of occasions, has weighed in on what we would allow cannabis retail dispensaries to sell. Prior to all of our arrival, right, there were changes in the regs to allow retail dispensaries to sell branded goods. Subsequent to that, the bulletin came out with respect to hemp products and how our licensed facilities could sell hemp products as well as use hemp in some of their production. So clearly it's an authority that the commission has weighed in the past. Jumping down to the next slide. So I had two bullets here, but I'm going to interject a third bullet just based on what I'm picking up around the conversation. First of all, steps for us to consider today. We can decide that lottery products shouldn't be allowed in a cannabis retail establishment. The other suggestion you see the bullet for is, as we've been alluding to or thinking through, possibly executing an MOU with the lottery to, again, ensure those compliance issues on behalf of both commissions are met. I think it would, a benefit of an MOU at some point would help expedite the process, I think, for other licensed establishments to understand the ground rules and understand the SOPs if they chose to incorporate some type of lottery sales into their operation. And Commissioner Camargo, as you touched on, and I know our acting ED has raised this, when we think to a social consumption framework, whereas Commissioner Roy pointed out, there's some games that require the player to linger, that might also help us establish the ground rules for that as well. So I see benefits to the MOU. At the same time, I build out a third bullet, which is still more research to be done. I would invite my colleagues after this meeting, within the next 2 weeks or so, if you have additional questions, let's put all of those questions on the table. I can continue to work with legal, continue to work with DGAP to flush out more information. I think there's enough curiosity here that there's more interest and maybe more questions to answer. I will add, always interested in what other jurisdictions are doing. Don't always need to be the follower, though. Sometimes we can be the leader. We know that lottery benefits communities across Massachusetts in terms of the revenue that they deliver. So I'm going to just jump over the next few slides just so we can kind of move the conversation along, and certainly would revisit these if we bring this conversation back. But I do want to thank Greg and Steve. Appreciate your time, your support, your help answering a lot of these questions. Again, I don't pretend to be a lottery expert, at least not yet. But, my suggestion or my recommendation would be take some time, let's think through some additional questions, send those to myself, send those to our acting GC, and we begin to flesh out more of a picture. But I don't get the sense from my colleagues' conversations and questions that we're not saying, no, we don't want to have retail dispensaries not offer lottery products, but there's some more work to do and some more topics and subjects to consider.
Thorough, additional option.
Sure.
I'm so happy we're having this conversation. Just so you know, I do, another option may be to actually craft the MOU and then bring that back for us to review as a collective.
Okay.
I know that there was language that referenced the legal team, but I do think it's important that we also have the CIE.
Of course.
Also
Of course.
involved, but I will say that's where I am.
Okay.
And I was just throwing it out as maybe another option.
I like that idea, and if we remember back to the first time we had this conversation, I know that CIE had been given a number of kind of draft SOPs when considering the first request. I think that might be also a good foundation. But, this conversation has been great. It's those questions about interaction. It's those questions about keeping cash separately. It's those questions about showing up for ID, the signs in the windows, and what our current regulations say. So certainly continuing those conversations, I think, would be helpful.
Commissioner Markle?
Yeah. I want to kill our high, but
No pun intended.
no pun intended. I just for clarification, and I think this is more for us and our legal team. So this would be a MOU versus like actual regs.
But
Commissioner Sutton?
again, I think the suggestion here, and we do have regs, or not regs, we're allowed by statute to enter into agreements with other governmental bodies.
Yep.
I see that. I'm not trying to speed efficiency. And obviously we have a lot of other reg work ahead of us, but if we're allowed to do it through a cooperative agreement,
Okay.
and that's the way we end up settling, I think that's the best approach. I also think that allows us to go in and change the agreement as the partnership may unfold, or we come up against new issues. But, again, as I pointed out, we allowed branded goods to be sold by regulation. We used the bulletin to allow sale of hemp products. So we've used different tools to support, our retailers in this case.
Yeah, and I'm just I'm only asking because I'm thinking about what does this do for other products or again, other licenses. So I'm just thinking again, long term, and I know we're going to keep talking about it, but I would, and I could talk to legal, maybe you guys we can have a conversation just so I understand a little bit of sort of the MOU. I get it. I understand why. I could already just hear other things coming down the pipeline and saying, oh, well, we could do an MOU with, another agency or something else. So I'm just being very cautious. So I think we need to think about that. Acting Chair Concepcion, you said the other option would be sort of writing the MOU or crafting it up and bringing it back. That's a good idea. I don't know, Commissioner Stebbins, you're sort of taking the temperature, but I'm also, depending how this is going to work, I mean, maybe you can and spend the time for it, but we still have to do the 3 votes, right? You still have to get, so part of me is like, I don't know if you go spend the time to do that first and then come, and come back, or do you take the temperature? I keep thinking about compliance. I'm thinking about when you walk into one of these places, there's tons of cameras, registers. What does that mean? It's sort of almost the crisscross that we're, looking at with, food and preparation and, all these things, right? So I'm just thinking heavy on compliance. And I'm almost thinking that our compliance team and their compliance team should go do a walkthrough of these places, and really look and understand what that means before you kind of go and write an MOU. And also I want to hear from the licensees, I want to hear from them. I'm so curious to what they think. One licensee is, again, I respect it, but I'm just very curious to what folks in the industry think about this. And I know it's like revenue generating, like, yay, we can make more money, expand the market, maybe. but what does this mean in terms of compliance, in terms of everything they gotta, do? And so I'm just, again, I think there's a lot more to think about. And I also don't want resources to be put into sort of writing an MOU without us understanding even more of the behind the scenes. And of course, it won't be us, it would be our teams to go there. But again, those are just my thoughts, not to be a buzzkill, but
Yeah.
Commissioner.
Thank you. My question kind of piggybacks on what you just said. So I'm thinking of how is this for our investigators and our compliance officers if they go into one of our MEs and let's say the cameras aren't directed on the lottery cash drawer. Do we write a notice of deficiency because they may be compliant with your regulations, but they're not with ours, with maybe the signage or so this, to Commissioner Camargo's point, I think a walkthrough is really practical because we could be writing notices of deficiencies to our retailers that are completely compliant with your regulations, but they're not with ours. So I think we need to take all of that into account as well.
It's interesting because I see our team still functioning and doing their reviews and doing the compliance, unexpected checks continuously,
right?
Regardless on if they have a lottery license or not.
Like it wouldn't be our problem. And I think Andrew might have had his hand up, but it won't be whatever they're missing on the lottery side or they're not doing correctly may not be our problem.
We don't enforce their rules. We enforce our own.
Where do they overlap, like camera coverage? So now you got.
But I think even that's about the Cannabis Control Commission's regulations, and they still have to be enforced.
Correct.
So I guess I can't recognize the rub there. Go ahead.
If I may, I don't think it's a rub. I think we need to know it.
That's what I'm saying.
We need to know that it's not a rub.
Right.
And it's not a rub, but I think if I may, I'm gonna send it back to you, but so you can send it to Andrew, but I'm just, again, one of our investigators can walk in and see that, they might have, maybe sold a lottery ticket to someone who looks 19.
I think this is, and that was my thoughts behind making sure that our Chief of Investigations and Enforcement and Compliance team is at the table, because just understanding how they operate, how they function. They're going to go through those elements. At least that I have that confidence in them. But go ahead.
Yeah, no, you know what? Let me beat the meat is that our security in terms of the front door ID 21 over check is legit. So I know that there aren't 19 and 20-year-olds walking into dispensaries. So we know that. But, again, I think to Commissioner Roy's point, just those little things, the cameras, this, that, I think we just need to understand the non-rub or the rub, so.
Yeah.
Acting General Counsel.
Yes, if I may, thank you. So we know that our licensees have to comply with local and state laws. So for example, the CCC does not certify weights and measures. The Division of Weights and Measures does that. So that's a state agency that's on site. Our licensees have to comply with those rules. So I would think of them as in parallel, that they need to comply with both sets if this is the road that they're planning on going down. And the commission will enforce our regulations, and if there was a enforcement matter that fell within the lottery, that would also be within their jurisdiction. And then we have seen instances, right, where the commission, if there's sort of overlapping jurisdiction, has worked with other agencies. I'm thinking of the Department of Public Health, for example. So I think we have seen examples in the past of regulatory schemes that can operate in parallel to each other. Each agency would stay within their statutory purview, but just wanted to sort of provide an example.
Thank you, Andrew. Commissioner Stebbins, what are your, hearing everything, hearing the questions, what is your?
My suggestion, my colleagues, let's take 2 weeks. If you have additional questions after we leave this meeting, share those with the acting GC. You can share them with myself. you know, we can continue to work with the lottery. But if I'm reading everybody's temperature, there's more information needed. I'm not hearing from anybody that we're necessarily placing a strict prohibition or we don't want to allow lottery sale products to be purchased, but we don't know until we look at what an MOU or some type of agreement might be. And Acting Chair, to your point, you know, bringing in, again, our team in compliance and investigations and enforcement to look at all those operating procedures. And you know, we may find some things, or lottery may find some things that makes our relationship unattainable, or we may find that as well. But I think it's worth more discussion. So I'm not sure there's necessarily a motion we need to consider, but that would be the takeaway I'm hearing from my three colleagues.
Commissioner Camargo.
Commissioner Stebbins, I mean, we could talk afterwards because we've already talked about it in public, but I would just say, you know, sort of my unsolicited advice here is that I think you should definitely go back and talk to compliance. I think they're the architects of this. I think you should take the temperature, I think too, of all of us commissioners so that you know sort of how this is moving, and it doesn't have to be today, maybe it's at another meeting. But also, I'm going to say it again. I've already said it, but I want to hear from the public on this in terms of the licensees. I don't know if somewhere in there is a, you know, whether it's, you know, a hearing, sort of like what we did in terms of social consumption, when we kind of ran around and had conversation, or if it's just a public comment when it's time to have the public comment. But I'm just one retailer. We're here because of one retailer. And I think it's great and it's cool, and this is how policy happens, but there's so many other licensees that are waiting for us to move regs, third-party transporters, cultivators, outdoor cultivators. They've been waiting since this industry opened. And this is nothing against you, Commissioner Stebbins, or even this topic, but I'm just being very cautious that we're moving this. Great, it could expand the market and all that stuff, but for one retailer, and we have tons of folks who have been waiting for other regs. So before we move this reg, I want to make sure that we got it all figured out. And the MOU sounds great. And I'm so glad that the lottery is willing to collaborate, because we've all been very collaborative in the work that we've been doing. But I just want to say that because it's important that we're here because of one retailer.
Well, one thing I do want to just correct for the record is it's not a regulatory change. So I don't want to, I just.
That's, yeah, and yes, and I agree with that. But one can also argue that, you know, this is a big deal.
Yes. No, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I don't want that to.
I know. I get it. But this is a big deal, whether it's not a regulatory change, it is a major MOU. And not a lot of states seem to be doing it. So it's a big deal. So I just want to make sure, you know, we're also looking at this process and, you know, not rushing to it, but doing it. But so you get it. And again, this is not against no one or nothing or the topic, but it's like there's stuff that is set out there, and then people come back to us, and it's kind of like, well, why did commissioners do this or why did commissioners do that? Oh, they got the lottery really quick on the screen, right? So we got to be mindful.
No, sure. Yeah, no, I appreciate those sentiments, and it isn't like there's a lack of things on our plate for us to do. I get that. You know, where we found ourselves a couple months ago would have been actually making a decision on what one licensee wanted. And I think we took the correct step of saying this might have broader implications. Want to find a way to simplify it for that population of licensees out there who may want to also pursue the same thing. So I'm glad we didn't find ourselves making a decision for one licensee back then, and that we potentially have the chance to look at it under a broader lens, a more thorough lens, hopefully more efficient lens. But to your point, there's a lot of other things on our plate. And, you know, at the same time, we also know we don't like to have things linger and not come back to an address. So for me, this has been a good conversation, and again, greatly appreciate Craig and Steve's availability to help us answer some of these questions. So I got a sense of that direction. I know GC and CIE will push back at me if they say we can't talk about this right now, or we have other work, because there are other things on our plate, but at the same time, didn't want anything to linger too long without at least being addressed or having some course of action. Where it falls in our priorities is certainly a topic for debate that we should have. So I get that.
Yeah, I want to thank our guests for joining us. It was really informative, very informative. So we appreciate your time and answering all the different questions that we had, because we didn't have any shortness of questions and inquiries. Commissioner Stebbins, thank you for pulling this together and just making sure that we could all be in one space and hearing directly from the Lottery Commission about how they operate and function. I don't know if you two wanted to say any closing remarks at this point. It's been really great just having you with us today.
I would just say thank you for having us, and we look forward to a continued dialogue, and happy to answer any more questions as they come up.
Well,
And
thank
I
you both.
echo Greg's words. Thank you for having us. We loved having this great conversation with all of you. We're happy to help in any way that we can. So if you have additional questions, just please let us know. I think we're all believe on the same page, right? We're here to support our retailers as well, support our communities as well. And as I always say in every presentation, because I'm the sales guy, tomorrow's Mega Millions, and play Mega Millions because it's at $203 million. So as you leave this meeting tonight, visit your local retailer and buy that ticket. So
Are we allowed to do a commission pool?
We'll talk about discount tickets for SCP applicants or something.
We can't gamble on site. That's right. That's right.
Thanks, Greg and Steve.
Thank you. Do you guys need us for anything else, or are you guys moving on to the next topic now?
Go to the next topic.
All right.
Take
Take care. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
So, Commissioner Stebbins, you're still here with us. The next
I'm still here.
The Massachusetts Disability Empowerment Tax Credit discussion.
Sure. And we'll invite in another virtual guest who I'm glad is hanging in there with us. Joe Reel from the Mass Rehab Commission. This is more informational than the last topic, but Joe has graciously offered to help weigh in and talk about the MRC, which we hope will be known by a different name soon. But we can jump right to the next slide. Obviously, we all know this. This is a requirement of all of our licensees to come up with a diversity plan. From the beginning, the CCC leaned into the legislation or required these diversity plans. The plan is requires an applicant to not only outline their goals and programs and strategies for success, but how a marijuana establishment will track and measure that progress year to year upon their renewal. Jump down to the next slide. Again, diversity in the workplace is a requirement. The CCC recently made changes. Again, this is to speak to our ongoing interest in this component of a licensee's application, as well as compliance. We made changes to Mass CIP to allow licensees to record their progress on both positive impact plans and diversity plans, a great addition to the Mass CIP layout. The commission has also established through regulations a number of leadership ratings. We all know that we're still looking for the bandwidth and resources, and I know that's being worked on to fully enact these leadership ratings, but one of those is the social justice leadership rating. Criteria includes a goal of 66% of employees being from those diverse populations identified in diversity plans. Jump to the next slide. Again, whoops. again, diversity being first and foremost. Because of the current federal scheduling of cannabis, a lot of our licensed CC operators keep in mind that they pay taxes, as do their employees, but they can't take advantage of federal tax benefits and treatments available to other businesses. A hiring tax credit, for instance, for veterans is out of reach because it must be connected with the federal work opportunity tax credit. Can you go back a slide? No, sorry. Move forward. And just a minute. I think I'm on the wrong page on my slides. Okay. Yep. So we talk about you go one previous. Okay. Again, demonstrating our commitment to diversity across the industry. We updated our guidance on diversity plans back in 2021. In many public meetings, we have talked about supporting our licensees who, as they get open, learn to operate, that they make changes to their diversity plan as the business matures or there's better awareness around the host community in the region. And we've always supported and applauded our licensees when, again, they're that mindful of their diversity plan and what they hope to accomplish. And finally, here's the big stick. It was built into regulations before we arrived, but the CCC could consider a licensee's progress toward meeting their diversity or positive impact plan as a matter of review of their renewal. I think this was always intended as a message to the industry that we expect you to heed our charge with respect to diversity, and we expect you to also. Okay, jump to the next slide. There we go. Again, just talking briefly, we've talked about this before, the lack of access to federal credits and beneficial tax treatments just based on the industry and the current scheduling of cannabis. We've also talked about the fact that many of our licensees are hindered in their recruitment of a diverse workforce because they need to come up with creative strategies using social media, advertising. Devin's here. I know he's incorporated a lot of these strategies and how he's recruited his workforce, but we found out that even using our state's mass hire centers, and many are located in disproportionately impacted communities, that they can't assist our licensees because they're federally funded. Jump to the next slide. I think you already did. Stop right there. The disability employment tax credit is relatively new, passed by the legislature and then Governor Baker back in 2021. The state tax credit is available to any Massachusetts company who hires an individual with a disability for a minimum of 1 year. Our government counterparts, again, at Mass Rehab, who are here with us, again, know they are hoping to get an agency name change to Mass Abilities, but they help with the step of certifying the individual. And then our colleagues over at the Department of Revenue is the company that where the credit for the request goes. I want to thank the MRC, Commissioner Wolf and her team, and folks at the DOR for their help in helping me understand the program and their interest in working with us. Jump to the next slide, just real quickly to talk about the benefits of the credit. $5,000 credit or 30% of wages for an individual employed for 12 months. For each subsequent tax year, employers are allowed a credit equal to $2,000 or 30% of wages paid to a qualified employee. MRC has sent over some great information sheets for both the employer and the employee in thinking about it. Hopefully we can make those flyers available. This program is just completed. I think it's first year, and Joe will correct me if I'm wrong. But I think it highlights the work of Joe, the MRC, and his units. And I think there are additional ways for us to partner with the MRC to, again, help our licensees meet their diversity plans. If I can just jump down to the next slide, and then I'll invite Joe into the conversation. Again, I think we've covered why diversity plans are important to the CCC, why we are talking about it today. Hopefully it's an opportunity for us to promote awareness of the program through this public meeting. I also think it's been a great way for us to reach out to Mass Rehab, again, hopefully soon to become Mass Abilities, because they have a great deal of expertise and support that they can offer in terms of highlighting the value of the employment of disabled residents for Massachusetts businesses. The third reason for kind of bringing it up is we're going to have a conversation today about public comments to the federal rescheduling. And I think it's important for us to build in a component of here. We've talked about it before about tax treatment, but more specifically, helping employers in this industry reach their diversity goals by making those federal credits available, as well as resources that are federally funded. I brought this up, this, again, program has been around for a while, but not too long. Again, it only signed into law back in 2021. But, I picked July to host this topic because July is the anniversary month of when the landmark Americans with Disabilities Act was signed into law. But I think it's great information for us to be aware of, great information for our licensees to be aware of. And if you allow me, I'll invite Joe in to introduce himself, talk about the MRC quickly, and correct anything I might have misstated, Joe. But welcome to our meeting, and thank you for sticking with us.
Hey, my pleasure. Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm happy to meet all of you. You did a real bang up job, Commissioner, by going through my first 2 PowerPoint slides. You did some really good research about the ins and outs of what the credit is for employers here in Massachusetts. But what I would do is I'll spend some time talking a little bit about what MRC's role is in the whole tax credit. And going back a couple of years when Governor Baker was governor, he signed this into law as a tax incentive to help employers, maybe a lot of them who are already hiring individuals with disabilities, to provide some sort of a financial incentive to hire individuals with disabilities. And as Commissioner Stebbins said, it's a lot like the work opportunity tax credit, which your licensees are not able to avail themselves of yet. But the Massachusetts credit is. So we like to be able to sort of help partner with you to make sure that all your locations know about it. If they have, consumers who have disabilities, employees with disabilities, we'd be happy to help certify them. Going back, it seems like a lifetime ago when we were developing the regs and putting the application process together. There's a lot of people behind the scenes that we need to credit. Our general counsel worked with the Executive Office of Health and Human Services to put the regulations together to become the backbone for what the tax credit's all about. We were charged, and I have to, a feather in Commissioner Wolf's hat, was the governor could have picked any agency in the Commonwealth to facilitate certifications of employees with disabilities, but he picked the Massachusetts Rehabilitation Commission, and pretty soon that logo, the background, is going to change and say Mass Ability. We're not sure yet when it's going to happen, but maybe when I come back, it'll be changed. But it's important to know that any agency could have been tapped to do this. It's a real feather in Commissioner Wolf's cap to do this. But a lot of people have focused on making this an accessible program to apply for. We didn't want regs that were going to be so cumbersome that everybody said, forget it, throw my hands up, I'm not going to participate. The application process was designed to be simple, to include more people than exclude. It's an inclusionary type of regulation, which I think is important. I mentioned that our role in this whole thing is like two sides of one coin. Our role in the disability employment tax credit is to certify all employees with disabilities in the Commonwealth who are interested in the credit, and then the Department of Revenue is responsible for making sure that that credit is given to the company who files their tax return at the end of the tax season. Commissioner Stebbins is right. We've been working on this for a while, but this was our first tax season, full tax season. One of the things that didn't make it to Commissioner Stebbins' slides was that this is for employees with disabilities who have been on the job for a minimum of 1 year. And we can go back to 2021 if you want, when this regulation first came out. So it's a big swath of employees who could potentially be included in this tax credit. In addition to, you know what? Let's keep this open. If you have questions, I'd be happy to go in your direction.
I thought you were concluding your statements. I do have a question, but I'll let you finish first. I don't want to interrupt.
All right. What I plan to do is just go through the application process and what we did to get everything up and running, and then the floor is open. We'll do questions because I think you have a better understanding of what your licensees would be interested in. So I think it makes sense to spend some time to address those issues. We drafted a process to determine consumer eligibility. Again, we wanted to make it easy. We want more people to be included than excluded. We identified a tax credit coordinator, and your licensees who work with us in the future may come to know Suzanne Davis, our coordinator. Her and I are sort of, running the middle when it comes to answering questions about this. We developed a disability employment tax credit website, email address. It's at detc@mass.gov. Very easy to remember. Any questions that any licensee has or an employee with a disability has, they can send us a quick email and we'll respond back to them when they come in. We are working very, very closely with our communications department, not only on this tax credit, but also on the agency rebranding. We're changing a lot of things about the agency, including the name, and we expect a full-on campaign with social media and slick flyers and press releases to come out as soon as that's all made available. We even put out an RFR to a consultant, Think Argus, who is very familiar with the agency's mission of supporting individuals with disabilities go to work. They're helping with our rebranding. They're also going to help with marketing this tax credit for the next tax season. If you were to, and I speak to the 132 attendees that are also listening in, if you were to Google Massachusetts Disability Employment Tax Credit, the first hit is going to be one of our landing pages. You'll be able to get some basic information like the information Commissioner Stebbins shared earlier. You'll also get access to our online application. It's all done electronically. We don't ask a whole lot of information. We just need to sort of verify that the individual who's applying does have a disability. It could be virtue of the fact that you participate in one of our vendor programs or one of our sister agencies, the Massachusetts Commission for the Blind or Developmental Disabilities. The one thing that I would say about MRC is that, we are a support for all individuals with disabilities in this tax credit, but like the folks over at Mass Hire, because we're federally funded, we can't do direct placements with your licensees. But we know there are far more individuals with disabilities in the community looking for employment and looking to be supported than MRC knows about. So we understand that, and we're sorry that at least right now we can't do direct placement with your licensees. The application process, once the application goes in, and I tell you, we ask for a name, address. We got to verify that the individual employee lives in Massachusetts. Is sort of a test on that application form that they do have a disability by virtue of the fact that they work with another organization. If they have a disability that we haven't had the process of ruling anybody out yet of all the applications that have come in. So we're batting 1,000 so far. We haven't had to turn anybody away. We have a way of screening people in just by asking the right questions. And once the application comes in, we get a tickler email that says that an application is in play. Suzanne will go and review the application. If any of the if all the information is correct, she'll automatically spit out a certificate of a certification form, which the employee can then share with his or her employer. At the end of the tax year, the employer will just collect up all these certification forms, submit them with, and I guess it's going to be the credit manager schedule is the form that DOR has expanded to allow the disability employment tax credit for last tax season. It'll be added to next tax season for 2024. If there is a hole in the application or some of the information isn't clear, Suzanne will send a quick email out to the applicant, just sort of getting more information. And then if everything checks out, we'll then send a certification letter out to that individual. The other side of this tax credit coin is what the Department of Revenue is doing. They have their own set of regs. So when they developed their regs similar to us, they wanted to make it, easy to digest and implement easily. They had a public hearing in February. I participated in the public hearing. It lasted about 8 minutes. No objections. Everyone thought it was good. No questions. And then they were able to release the regs as is in April 2023.
Really jealous about
that. 8 minutes. I'm like, what? And just as a side note, new information that I wrote down. We had no idea what happened at the end of the tax season with this credit. Department of Revenue reached out to us, and they wanted to get a sense of who all the employees were who were certified by us. So we have a way with to share information with them without using personally identifiable information. We have a code that we develop for each of these individuals. So we put the code on a spreadsheet with the date of certification, and it matches up with the letter of certification that each employee gets. So they reached out to us and they said, hey, can you share that list with us? And we did, and we haven't heard back anything from them yet, but my sense is that it's good news that we're working together on this. Even though it's our first year, baby steps. Next year is going to be bigger and better, especially with marketing. I see your hands up. I'm chomping at the bit for a question. The floor is yours.
Joe, you can tell we're excited to have you. So thank you for being so patient with us and waiting until we got to this item. I'm glad that we're here. I'll let Commissioner Camargo ask her question first. So Commissioner Camargo.
Thank you, Joe, and thank you for saying that baby steps, right? A lot of work that goes into these policies and programs, especially in state government. So thank you for your service, particularly to this agency where you sit at now. This is, I think, two things. One is that, I see the efforts here, which is to promote awareness of the program through this public meeting. I think that's awesome, amazing. I'm really excited about that. I'm curious for the folks who are listening today, I know you said email us at detc@mass.gov. I'm actually on your website right now, but if you can if you can just reiterate some of that stuff for the public so that if folks want to go see it, they can and read it and learn about it. But the other thing too, I guess, Commissioner Stebbins, since you're introducing this topic is, are we going to be able to put some of this stuff on our website as well? Like maybe a link to this, unless it's already there. I haven't gone on our website in a few weeks. But just wanted to say that really quickly.
Yeah, right now we don't have anything up. Comms has been busy, but just this week, MRC sent over some really handy flyers, again, both for an employer, but as well as for the employee, because as I understand it, the employee can go through this process first.
Yes.
I'll certainly talk to them about how we can put some information up and at least access to these two helpful PDFs.
You know what makes sense? I think I'll make this PowerPoint presentation available to Commissioner Stebbins. It has all the links that I referenced, contact information. So if I don't have a problem sharing any of this with anybody in the general public, it's okay.
Awesome. I have 3 total questions. So I'll say there were 3 that came to mind. One, I wanted to clarify. You said that understanding that this program was recently implemented. Was it the previous tax year or this current tax year that we're in?
This first tax year started January 2023. So it was last tax year, even though the regs were in place. Department of Revenue were working through their regs. So we wanted to sort of line them up together. And by the time everything got lined up together, it was last tax season.
And do you know, you may not have this information, but I wanted to ask if you're aware of any licensees that have already or are currently taking advantage of the program.
Great question. I knew somebody on your board was going to ask that question, but I don't have that answer. That would be a Department of Revenue question.
Okay. And then I also wanted to ask you about the application review process. So once they're received, once someone submits an application, are they reviewed on a rolling basis or is it based on the tax season calendar?
They are reviewed within 2 business days.
Oh.
And if everything checks out, the employee will have a certification letter emailed to them right away. So, it could very well be that, somebody applies early, like July to this week, and we send them a certification letter, and then they don't give it to their employer, and if they misplace it, we'd be happy to send out another one or send it directly to the employer. As long as we will have a record and keep it for 3 years for each individual.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Joe. It's very informative, and thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. I think it's a very worthy topic. I see an intersection here of so many folks in the disabled community who receive therapeutic benefit from cannabis, and to be able to not only serve that community, but to have incentives for the licensees to hire from that community, to me is a wonderful intersection, and I thank you for that. And I don't think we keep track of it. So we talked about the employees that work in our space are referred to as registered agents, Joe, and we were trying to discern how many there are in that space, but I don't think we keep track of disability status. I'd be curious. And, as we go through, and Commissioner Stebbins said, we go through these positive impact plans and folks hire from certain communities, and you see the disabled community, and occasionally it catches my eye that someone really goes an extra effort to incorporate folks from the disabled community in their workforce. But now with this, additional tax incentive in cannabis entrepreneurs face significant hurdles in the tax space with 280E. And just to have a little additional incentive, I think, is a wonderful program and opportunity for everybody combined. So I want to thank you. This is very worthy topic, and I just really hope that our licensees will take advantage of this, because I think there's a lot of benefit all the way around. So just thank you very much.
You're absolutely welcome. And this is the only way currently we have to get information out to a lot of people.
Right.
Our marketing campaign hasn't started yet, but word of mouth works great. Coming to meetings like this is worked fabulous. We do this all year. And by word of mouth, that it's catching on.
That was it. Again, no motion. This is just informational. Hopefully, as Joe pointed out, the 100+ so folks we have listening into this meeting will reach out for more information, and we'll continue to stay in touch with you, Joe, and the folks at soon to be Mass Abilities. And we're still continuing to work with DOR, I think, to get that kind of end of the year information if I can find a way to pull that out.
Okay,
So
very good.
So I think there's a question from our acting executive director, Easton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question is from a personnel perspective, and I was just wondering, and you might have said this, and I apologize if I didn't hear it. What is the eligibility criteria? I am familiar with a similar program that the state had in the past, and it was only available to nonprofit organizations. So I'm wondering if there's specific criteria that agencies or companies need to meet in order to participate in this program.
We were purposefully vague when it came to the definition of disability. There are a lot of definitions that float out there. But if you have a bona fide disability, explain it to us. You may be receiving services from one of our vendor agencies. You may have, as a transition age youth, had an ed plan, or it could be any one of our sister agencies. You could be a disabled veteran, or it could. We want to try to find some way to rule people in. So we don't want to say that it meets the definition XYZ. We just need to have some demonstration that you do have a disability. And after all, at the end of the day, this application is an attestation that you have a disability. You'll toggle on, one of the different groups. You're an MSC consumer, or you're a Mass Health member. There's a lot of different ways that you can get yourself ruled in.
And a quick follow-up question, please. So from the agency or the company perspective, what are the specific criteria for those companies and agencies to participate in the program?
Okay, for the company, you have to be based in Massachusetts. Well, not based in Massachusetts, but if your location is in Massachusetts, you could have several locations that span Connecticut, New Hampshire, Vermont, Rhode Island, over the boundary of Massachusetts. But as long as your employee is working in Massachusetts, you're okay. You have to have a verified disability as an employee, and the employee has to have been working there for a minimum of 1 year.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. I don't see any additional comments. I'll hand the floor back over to Commissioner Seven.
thanks, Joe. Thanks for you and your team at the MRC, and thanks going out also to our friends at our colleagues at DOR for their help in providing information on this topic.
Thanks for having me. And just on a side note, I was listening to the Lottery Commission in their presentation and in the line of questioning. It was the most fascinating thing I've ever heard in 30 years working at MRC. I eat, sleep, and breathe. In supporting individuals with disabilities go to work, and this is just so outside the sphere of what I do. It was enjoyable for me.
We're glad you enjoyed it, Joe.
Don't come work for us.
I know.
Good luck. Good luck.
Bye.
All right, folks, take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
All right, so that brings us to regulatory updates.
Nice job.
We're going into our draft regs, and it's being presented today by our Chief of Staff and Acting General Counsel, Andrew Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to start off by thanking all those who participated in this draft. The Commission, our acting executive director and chief people officer, the legal department, investigations and enforcement, government affairs and policy, and everyone else who participated. Thank you all. I also want to thank the Massachusetts cannabis industry. Changing laws is not easy, and I thank them for their advocacy. These regulations are being introduced today so that commissioners, staff, and the public can review. The line-by-line analysis, revision in real time, and potential vote on the regulations to put them out for public comment will occur at our second July meeting. And I would just say, you know, those are my favorite meetings that we do here. So I will speak very high level on the proposed changes. So for micro business, the proposed regulations create a path for micro business licensees to expand. The cannabis industry is comprised of businesses of all sizes, and when a small business wants to grow, the Commission wants to support those efforts. The proposed language attempts to create a predictable pathway for businesses that start off small to be able to expand their operations if the licensee so desires. For delivery, the proposed regulations allow for greater flexibility for delivery licensees by making 2 agents in a vehicle optional. A vehicle transporting cannabis shall include at least 1 agent, but licensees are able to have as many agents in the vehicle as they so desire as it relates to their business needs. I would flag for this, that business to business transportation does remain unchanged. The draft also allows for licensees to digitize their manifest to streamline record keeping. The proposed regulations also allow for licensees to increase their hours of operation in which they may deliver to consumers, while also allowing municipalities to pass their own bylaws or ordinances. And then lastly, as it relates to our medical use of marijuana program, the regulations increase access for qualifying patients to healthcare providers by permitting telehealth consultations for the initial certification. The proposed regulations allow for patients to seek in-person visits for their initial certification if that is their preference. This change attempts to expand the medical use of marijuana programming by increasing access to care. The changes also reflect broader changes in the healthcare industry by increasing access through telehealth means. Related to telehealth, the proposed regulations also allow for nurse practitioners with independent practice authority to certify qualifying patients without a supervising physician. This change will allow nurse practitioners registered with the medical use of marijuana program to have the same prescribing authority afforded to them under the registration of nursing. I would ask that we save specific questions related to language for the July 2nd policy meeting. I think at that time, it would also be wise for the commission to deliberate on a regulatory timeline. If I could propose a suggestion, it would be to largely follow the timeline that we used last summer. So drafts in July, comments are submitted in August, a hearing and vote in September. October is for the legal department to do editing and ministerial changes, and then promulgate the regs at that time. So once again, thank you to the commissioners, to the staff, to the cannabis industry, to all the stakeholders in the development of these policies. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Attorney Carter. And I'll reiterate a few things that you stated. So today is the release of the draft regulations. There will be a second meeting this month where we go line by line and vote on the draft being released for public comment. And then we will schedule that public comment. We'll go through the public comment period, but that would officially initiate the regulatory process in terms of releasing it to the public and then soliciting input. So I'll pause there and I will ask if there are any questions about the process, because we'll get into the language as Attorney Carter mentioned at the second July meeting. But are there any questions at this time, Commissioner Stebbins?
I did have a question, but you, Madam Chair, and our acting GC answered it for me. I will say found the opportunity to convene with legal staff and enforcement counsel to kind of go through at very high levels some of the proposed changes, some that we've talked about here before, some that were relatively new, as well as at least when it came to the micro business discussion, that there was, and I believe Chair, you raised this about, from our last discussion on the micro business, about kind of sealing that back door so that somebody in the industry couldn't back into a micro business license type. So I know Enforcement Council was going to go back, look at those meeting minutes and hopefully, look at those again through that lens for our next discussion in July. So good work to this point and looking forward to the conversation at the next meeting.
Thank you, Commissioner Stephens. Are there any, Commissioner Roy?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, General Counsel. When will these be posted to our website? Like, how do folks access this?
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Yes, the intention today is to post it on our website, and the legal department will work with our partners in communications to ensure that the public has access to all of the drafts. What I would say is, of course, we always welcome comment at any time. I would say, though, perhaps after we vote would really be the best moment, because my experience with the commission is when we do our line by line analysis, we do make changes, and that's exactly how the process is. And so I do look forward to that meeting. But it would be my suggestion that once we have the vote, then we will take the public comment, we will compile them as usual, and then we can also reflect on the feedback from the industry, from stakeholders, from municipal government officials, etc.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you. Just to follow up on that. So should we anticipate, like last time, so that hybrid approach where you can email and comments, and will we have a public hearing meeting, so to speak?
If I may, Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
So I will defer to the board on this. Ultimately, I do think that there is benefit to a hearing if that is what the commissioners so desire. So we could contemplate having a hearing, and then we could also request written testimony. So for those who may have scheduling conflicts or unable to attend. But ultimately, I think that however the commission feels is the best path forward in order to solicit the input that you're looking for in order to make your policies. But I will say my experiences with the hearings is they're always very, very informative. But the option for written testimony is always a good one too. And if people would like to do both, we've seen that in other instances, we would welcome that as well.
Commissioner Camargo?
To follow up on Commissioner Roy's question, just so that I'm not confused, the regs, the drafts that we're talking about are already on our board packet for the public.
Yes.
Okay. It sounded like we were saying that we were going to release them now.
Oh, no, they're being introduced.
Okay.
That's the word.
Okay.
They're being introduced today at this meeting, but I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Sorry.
They're on the website.
Attorney Carter, please.
Yes, it's the line by line analysis does take significant time, and I just wanted to make sure that both the commissioners, our legal team, all of us have the space to go through it, and so that's why we framed it as an introductory discussion.
Okay. I just want to make sure that folks know that it is already on our website. They're on our website.
In the board book.
In the board book, on our website under the calendar and today's date. Just quick comments. I just want to say thank you to the legal compliance team, the compliance team, then the separate legal team, Debbie, our acting executive director and CPO, and everybody who joined that regulatory call a couple of weeks ago. I was only on it for a portion of the delivery, myself and acting chair Concepcion, and I gotta say, that folks, we're always getting yelled at for something, but when you see the work that goes into every single word within our regs, and what does it mean, and how does it read, and what is the impact of a word, consumer versus resident, or this hour versus that hour, and the expertise on our team, from compliance legal to legal, and then us as commissioners. Again, I said this morning, today's a historical day. I think it's been, maybe 10 months since we promulgated the last regs. I don't know, someone can check me on that, but here we are again, releasing another draft or another batch of regs. And, folks have asked, why couldn't we do this now, or, this set of regs last month, and I've been trying to speak to as many people as I can in terms of, it's great to do this stuff in batches. It's a lot of manpower, it's a lot of legal power and a lot of compliance power, and even for us as commissioners to understand it. So I'm just really excited for today, in terms of this being released, and then all the work that we've all done collaboratively on all the regs that are getting released today. So kudos to my fellow commissioners for doing all this, and our team as well. So thank you.
Commissioner Camargo. So in terms of scheduling, I want to ask the body, because I want to give everyone sufficient time to go through everything. There are two options. We can either have our second conversation and line by line next week, or we can have it the following week. Is there a preference in terms of the amount of time that everybody has to sit with this? And maybe there's no preference.
Yeah,
but,
Yeah, thank you. And I want to thank Steve Ladzinski and Catherine Binkowski and Tim Gooden. We went through it line by, like, I already have my edits done. Like, we went through it line by line. So I'm pretty good to go. I just gotta like drill down on medical side a little bit more, but
Okay.
whatever
I'm the same. I went through edits, the read. I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Same.
All right. I love that. Okay, so we'll coordinate, through our beloved executive assistant, Kate Flanagan. Kate, I know you're listening right now, so we'll start doing that work and then getting the date actually settled in notice. Commissioner Roy?
Will it be, it's my preference, just a standalone meeting when that's the only thing, because it's so important.
Exactly.
And you add other things and we're, so, okay.
That is
awesome.
the intention. The
Perfect.
intention is literally to do what we did in September.
Yeah.
Same recommendation.
Yeah,
We're going to go through reading every line and
Every
then
word.
reviewing it as a collective.
Yeah.
So much fun. That's the best part.
There's no action required on this. Attorney Carter, thank you for introducing the draft regulations. I also want to extend my gratitude to the team for getting this done, for working together, to my fellow commissioners for all the hard work that they've put in to get it to this point as well. And we're moving forward. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. That brings us to the next item on today's agenda. And I believe it is the governance charter update. So today, I'll give sort of an overview. What will happen is I'll be seeking a motion to release the draft governance charter from executive session to open session. The draft we're making public today outlines clarity in the roles and responsibilities that we all know are needed. This document will remain a draft available to the public until the commission votes to ratify it. It has undergone legal review and it will receive further attention in that regard. We will be gathering input and advice on how to perfect this charter and to bring the necessary improvements for the benefit of all concerned. So before I seek that motion for the release, I'll stop there and then see if there are any questions from my colleagues. Commissioner Wood?
Thank you. We can probably do the vote. My question is more around the minutes, so I don't know if we want to save that till after we bring it out.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay.
Yeah. So at this time, I will ask for a motion to release the draft governance charter from executive session to open session. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. I'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 4 in favor, none opposed. Commissioner Roy.
Thank you. My question is for acting GC Attorney Carter. So we got your email last night. Thank you for that. It's greatly appreciated. And so there have been a lot of questions around the minutes that accompany this exercise. So you'll be releasing them in tranches, or could you just share the plan?
Attorney Carter.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Roy. So we will be bringing the minutes before the commission in our normal process for their approval, but and also in compliance, of course, with the open meeting law. So all of the members of the board know that there were a number of meetings, which of course is high volume. but we would like to get them done as quickly as possible to move them along. So the legal department is currently working on the minutes right now. It is assigned to the acting deputy GC, Michael Baker. So he will be, when he returns from his out of office, I will be coordinating with him, and I hope to have a further update on a timeline at that time as well.
Thank you, Attorney Carter. Commissioner Roy?
So I'll wear my old secretary's hat, right? So we had like in timely manner, so there's triennial review, right? And we just did that and they were voted to be withheld. But with section 22 compliant with the open meeting law, so if someone was to request the minutes, we have 10 days to produce them or produce them by the next public meeting or 30 days, whichever occurs first. I just want to make sure that's correct.
Attorney Carter?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Roy. So yes, that was exactly what we were looking into in the legal department. So that is why the team has been working up until this point to get the minutes where they need to be. So it is my intention that they are brought to the commission as soon as possible. And I hope that we can get all of you to review and vote as appropriate.
Commissioner Roy?
So if memory serves me, when we had the sessions, they were recorded. So what happens to the recordings?
Attorney Carter?
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. So as we know, under the public records law, the public records law does not differentiate as it relates to the form or manner. So whether it's an email, whether it is a video recording, whether it is like a map, something like that. So they're all public records unless they're subject to an exemption. So we know that there's a number of exemptions. There's also attorney-client privilege that would need to be protected. So if we did get a public records request, it would be treated like all of our other public records requests, which is an analysis of the record. If there's any exemptions that apply, we also know that when it comes to the public records law, they are not blanket in nature. So in those instances, it may be more appropriate to redact. So it would just be brought through sort of the normal PRR process, which, if anyone was interested, which is submitted through our website.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Carter.
My pleasure.
Are there any additional questions? Okay, seeing none. It looks like we'll be out of here before 5. I thought we would be here longer. Okay,
Okay, thank you. The timeline for reconvening the goal. How do you foresee that works?
I think in my mind, I envision us returning and going in the August meeting.
Okay.
I will also just let everyone here know as well. So I have contacted all 3 appointing authorities, so they'll be receiving the copy of the charter as well, and also given an opportunity if they do want to opine. So it gives some time. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you.
And so that brings us to the final item on today's agenda. That is the federal public comment on rescheduling. Let me expand my, good, Director Giancola is already here with us. So it's being presented by our Director of Government Affairs and Policy, Matt Giancola. Matt, please take it away.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon again, Commissioners. So as I mentioned last month when I came before you, the DOJ's proposed rule to reschedule cannabis from Schedule 1 of the Controlled Substances Act to Schedule 3 is significant. This change would federally recognize the medical use of cannabis as well as its lower potential for abuse. As directed last month, staff have drafted a comment on the proposed rule and included Commissioner edits in the draft before you. A copy of the final comment has been shared with commissioners, but to summarize, the comment includes a discussion of how rescheduling cannabis could reduce regulatory hurdles, facilitate more comprehensive research on its medical potential, pharmacological properties, and long-term health effects, leading to a standardized dosage and improved delivery methods, ultimately broadening patient access. It also highlights the need for broader legislative action to address legal and operational challenges between federal and state cannabis policies. It urges prioritization of those impacted by previous marijuana prohibition and enforcement, and emphasizes the importance of promoting full industry participation from affected communities and implementing equitable licensing processes. It requests clarification on how rescheduling will impact taxation, banking, and financial services for licensed cannabis businesses, and notes the exclusion of cannabis businesses from federal incentives and the need for program availability to support industry growth, such as the Work Opportunity Tax Credit. It stresses the need for comprehensive training and educational resources for healthcare providers, law enforcement, patients, business owners, state regulators, and the general public. It recommends the creation of campaigns to raise awareness about the rescheduling, the legal status, medical uses, and safe consumption practices. And it expresses the readiness of the Commission to collaborate with federal agencies on advancing cannabis policies. Now, if the draft comment is approved today, staff will submit the comment online to regulations.gov before the deadline of July 22nd, 2024. The comment will be uploaded as an attachment to the portal on Commission letterhead and will be searchable by the general public. While the Department of Justice is not permitted to base its final rule on the number of comments in support or in opposition to the rule, constructive, information-rich comments are more likely to have an impact on regulatory decision-making. Currently, more than 28,000 comments have already been submitted. Once the public comment period closes on July 22nd, the DOJ will start conducting hearings for those who have requested them. Currently, at least 3 separate groups who oppose loosening federal restrictions on cannabis have filed requests for hearings with the DOJ. During these hearings, the DOJ will listen to oral testimony from the groups and ask any follow-up questions they have. While the hearings are being conducted, the DOJ will review the submitted public comments and data reports. And based on the public comments and the hearings, the DOJ can do one of 3 things. 1, terminate the rulemaking, leaving marijuana as a Schedule I drug. 2, make minor changes to the rule and proceed with the final rule. Or 3, move forward with the rule as is, after concluding the proposed rule will help accomplish the goals or solve the problems identified. If they decide to move forward with the rule as is, the final rule must be sent to Congress and the Government Accountability Office for review before it can take effect. Major rules are ones that have economic significance, must be made effective at least 60 days after the date of publication in the Federal Register, allowing time for congressional review. This change would likely be considered a major rule as it will have large impacts across the country. Individuals and corporations can challenge regulations at any time in court before the final rule takes effect, claiming that they have been or will be damaged or adversely affected in some manner by the regulation. If a court vacates part of the rule, the agency may need to correct deficiencies, reopen the comment period, or restart the rulemaking process. Then if the final rule is reviewed, approved, and marijuana is transferred into Schedule III, the DEA will continue to have authority to maintain its existing regulatory scheme governing the registration of manufacturers seeking to plant, grow, cultivate, or harvest marijuana across the United States, or develop new rules. So that concludes my discussion this afternoon. If the Commission is interested, I do have potential motion language for the Commission's consideration. I'd be happy to take any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Matt. A very well written letter. I was appreciated the part about the implications of whether it's a tax implication, banking, financial services, work opportunity, tax credit. I was wondering if we could add language of another consideration or implication around interstate commerce, the commerce clause and the dormant clause. And because, you know, we talk about how some states can supply the entire nation, right? And so I think that's a major thing to take into consideration, how interstate commerce would work. And I just respectfully request maybe we could add some language about that implication as well.
Can I ask Commissioner Roy, do you mind elaborating a little bit more?
Oh, sure. So the Commerce Clause is under federal jurisdiction, and the Dormant Clause is, you wouldn't want to undue burden one state to put on another. We have different packaging requirements than other states have. And so how will it just mean that Oregon can ship to Massachusetts once there is some sort of rescheduling, and how will that work? What are the interstate implications?
Is your recommendation to pose that question?
Yes, to pose the question. Yes, yeah. Just to protect our licensees.
So that's why I'm trying to understand if you're asking that we incorporate a question to pose or a suggestion, a recommendation.
No recommendation, just to ponder, like we're asking about how it will impact banking, financial services, work tax credits. What are the implications on, I just worry about our licensees and product coming in from across the country, maybe at a cheaper price or whatever. So that's an serious implication that needs to be pondered, and I was wondering if we can incorporate that in.
Director Giancola, do you have any thoughts on that?
No, I think that makes sense, and I think there is a way that we can put some of those the questions in, because that it is a lingering concern that we have heard from stakeholders and folks from around the constituent space for some time now. So I think we can come up with some language that could be incorporated that meets that need.
Thank you.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Yeah, thank you, Director Giancola, and Commissioner Roy. You raised a good point, and we've heard this, like, what happens when rescheduling happens? We know that there are a lot of benefits to it. We also have talked about some potential unknowns, and we do ask some questions in here. And I would extend the conversation about compliance with regs, right? Labeling and packaging and shipping requirements that we have, but also with testing standards. We hold our testing standards to be kind of setting the benchmark for testing standards across the country. How would rescheduling affect, testing standards among that kind of regulatory compliance issue basket, so to speak? So just encourage them to fold that into this additional commentary as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Before I ask any of my questions, Commissioner Camargo, do you have any questions or?
Don't right now.
Okay.
I will. I may just reach out to Matt.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Trying to find some.
Matt, I appreciate, and so I'm looking at page 2, section 2, the second paragraph. There's reference to our mandate to address the harms done by the war on drugs, to benefit areas that have been disproportionately harmed by cannabis prohibition and enforcement. But before I came here, I was in the Senate, and at that time, the work was around cannabis implementation, around question 4. But something that I would ask is, there was always an incorporation around criminal records, around expungement. That's even a component of our existing statute where the executive branch, there's a charge to inform people, to educate them about the existing laws around expungement. My request would be to include something along those lines for communicating with those people and creating some sort of avenue at the federal level for people who want to get into this space now that this is potentially federally legalized. This is what the entire comment period is about, but have past records from the same acts. So I think it starts a little bit short of acknowledging that legacy operators to date, under existing laws would not be able to take advantage of the federal legalization. And I'll stop there because I know we're offering suggestions, and I know that if this is a commission product, if this is a statement from the entire body, we have to be in agreement, at least for the majority. So 3 out of the 4, but hopefully 4. So I will stop there, but I do want to offer that because that's aligned with the history here in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and it's aligned with the will of the voters who voted for cannabis legalization in the Commonwealth.
We waiting?
No, I guess are there any, there were 3 suggestions thrown out. I don't have any opposition to any of them, but I just want to clarify for our Director of Government Affairs that we're aligned in that direction.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to any of it. I think Matt's gonna have to edit something, resend it back to us to see what it looks like, right? And then,
I'm sorry, I have to interject a little bit because
Yeah.
it gets a little complicated.
Okay.
Because there's a deadline.
yeah, that's what I was gonna ask. Yeah, what's the deadline? 22nd?
July 22nd, but we can absolutely make those edits and share them back with you all.
And that's just via email, right? That's fine?
Absolutely. Yeah. So similar to past practice with legislative and executive branch outreach letters, we can absolutely share drafts with commissioners. Government affairs and policy team can collate those edits, put them together, share them back for the commissioners to review and approve.
My last question is, Matt, if commissioners wanted to independently speak to other issues and write independent letters as well, can we?
Absolutely. Yeah. So also similar to the legislative and executive branch outreach policy, commissioners certainly may advocate in their personal capacities for certain policy choices. And that wouldn't necessarily be on behalf of the commission, but absolutely. Commissioners are subject matter experts on cannabis, and it is important that they be able to use their individual voice in addition to the agency's voice on official matters.
Thank you.
Commissioner Roy?
To your point, Acting Chair and Matt, I'm looking over the MORE Act. The language of the MORE Act speaks to what Acting Chair was addressing. I'll share that document. I'll share it to Matt. He can circulate it, but there might be some language you can take from this, Matt.
It's not public.
I'll put it in the chat,
I
right?
was gonna say, yeah, you can put it in the chat because we're talking about it now. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
MORE Act.
Well,
I'm not putting any, I'm just gonna circulate the document.
Yeah.
In reference to the MORE Act. Yeah, no.
Thank you, Acting
Yeah.
DC.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. It's too long. I couldn't, we'd be here, you'd be mad at me. We'd be here till 6 o'clock.
Other Commissioner Simmons?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Just to throw this question out, we're talking about some revisions to our comment letter. We've also talked now about a meeting next week, and I know we just said we don't want to clog it up with other stuff, but if you feel we should bring it back so the commission can have an official vote on a final version, we'd still be able to do that by the July 22nd deadline. I'm not saying I have a preference for it, but we do know we're going to be meeting next week. If we wanted to all see a final version and incorporate some additional inclusions.
Is there, I'll do a temperature check. What's
I don't
the,
know, our standalone meetings.
I know.
I know, we just talked about not clogging up the standalone meeting, but
I know. I think I think we can.
Commissioner Cameron?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think we're not opposed to any of the comments or the stuff that we're talking about. So I think if we allow our team to put it together, edit it, send it on email. I mean, I think we vote it now and direct the staff to finish the final edits like we've done other stuff and get it out.
okay.
My
I think that
recommendation.
does make the most sense. I am afraid of. I anticipate a long meeting.
Yes,
You know,
I do too.
and I know the last time we did our rounds, it was a week. It won't be a week long. I'm hoping it's just a day, but it might be a lengthy day as we go line by line. So, Commissioner Camargo, actually, I like that suggestion, and I am.
Yeah, the letter's ready. You just gotta, and they're great at writing this stuff.
I'm putting you on the spot, Chief of Staff and Acting GC. Do you mind offering some motion language that would allow the
Madam Chair, if I may, I believe our Director of Government Affairs may have motion language.
Okay.
You could seek a motion, a move to approve the commission to submit the public comment to the United States Department of Justice regarding the proposed rule to reclassify marijuana from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3, subject to further edits as discussed and approved by the commission for final approval, and further authorize staff to take all actions necessary to effectuate this action.
Thank you, Attorney Carter. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. I'll now call the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Just want to say and I did not speak to Matt before this meeting because we were on the same page.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, there are 4 in favor, none opposed. Matt, you've been busy for a while now. I know we've had you doing a few different things, but thank you and the team. And, you know, I know you'll get back to us and we'll get this done, but thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, commissioners.
Okay.
Matt, thank you for thinking ahead on that motion language.
So the next item is new business. The chair did not anticipate at time of posting. I actually want to give Debbie the floor. I think that there was some comments that you wanted to offer, so I'll let you introduce those comments.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make a correction for the record. Earlier, I announced several promotions. There were 2 roles within those promotions that were temporary roles, and that was the Director of Enforcement Training and the First Assistant Enforcement Counsel roles. So I was remiss in not noting that those were temporary roles. So I just wanted to correct that for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Okay, so our next meeting date, we'll actually post that relatively soon. So there's a 2nd July meeting, and the goal is for us to have that next week where we go through line by line the draft regulations that were introduced today by our Acting General Counsel, Andrew Carter. Again, that was for the delivery license types, micro businesses, and telehealth. Our next full agenda meeting will be on August 8th, 2024. With that said, thank you all. Thank you to the entire commission and the team. We had a lot on the docket today. So the fact that we are wrapping before 5 is still before 4. So I will ask.
Good thing.
I will now ask for, that means I should continue to have a lengthy discussion. All right, so I'm gonna ask for a motion to adjourn. So thank you, Commissioner Roy. Is there a second?
Oh, fine. Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Now we'll call the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye, and congrats to everybody on today's meeting. Big deal.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. 4 in favor, none opposed. Thank you, everyone. We will see you all soon.
I thought we were going to be until 6 p.m. Yeah,